Hello, gamers.
Hello!
How are we doing this fine fishy aroma Friday?
It took me a bit to track down Sissel to tell him hi, and he did run away from me immediately, but I did tell him hi. I would never disappoint you.
Not on International Women's Day.
Yeah, of course not.
Did I ever tell you I was talking with Grace one time about the idea?
You talk with Grace?
I know, this is crazy. I'm sure this is completely new information. I was talking with Grace one time about the possibility of doing a stream on International Women's Day.
Yes!
Of doing, like, Ace Attorney and having Grace and Danica on as
yes!
our first stream with not one but two women.
Oh my god. Truly, that would be a perfect International Women's Day.
I think it was Grace that pointed out that it could be our first stream to pass the Bechdel test. It's just a very funny idea. But I think International Women's Day does fall on a Saturday next year.
I'll make it work. I don't care what I'll have to do. I will make it work.
Because I think Danica's schedule is going to allow for it by then too. I know her Saturdays are opening up. So it would be really funny. I have not spoken with Danica about it yet, but I do think it would be... I'll probably mention it when we're doing, like, Dream Team stuff, but it would just be really funny to do. Yeah, and there's so many Ace Attorney cases that would be very funny to play on International Women's Day. But it's a thought. I think Grace said it as a joke, and I was like, now hold on.
Now hold on.
That would be really funny.
What's the most feminist Ace Attorney case? That is not a very feminist game series.
No, it's not, is the thing. Because Grace and I had talked about doing something ironic, which is like doing, you know, the fucking case with Baby Edgeworth in it, where you're Mia. And everyone's awful.
Oh yeah, let's do that one. Perfect. And then we all shake our heads and just just shaking our heads show how feminist we are. Show that we disagree with it.
Reading Edgeworth calling Mia a novice bimbo, but shaking our heads the whole time, since the chat knows that we don't approve. Oh, give me 2 seconds. I gotta move the mic. I've done it again. Here we go.
You've silenced us.
I did, yeah. At least I silenced us together and not just you. God. Oof. Sorry, I'm getting the impression that all of us here are sleepy today. Because Grace, you said you're sleepy. Adrian and I both had a hard time getting off of the couch.
I wasn't sleepy, but I was cozy.
Yeah.
Which is like a slippery slope to being sleepy.
That's true. That's true.
The slippery, sleepy slope.
Being cozy is sort of a gateway drug to being sleepy.
Yeah, it really is.
Not many people are talking about this, but it's a dangerous... It certainly is a dangerous slippery slope. Gamers, I've been so excited. We're doing stuff tonight that I've been excited about for a long time. Just some absolute all-timers are coming in this stream. Episode 3 is great. Episode 3 is so consistently fun. Well, sometimes it's unfun, but it's so consistently, like, I love it. It's got so many bangers.
We get silly.
Boy, do we. We need to be anti-cozy. Replaces your blankets with spikes and teeth and such. Makes you cold. Adrian has just looked at me with the saddest face.
Takes your giant jug full of ice and pours it on you.
No! I'm so fucking strapped in for episode 3 every time. I can't wait to see how I'm fucked up every time. Yeah, it's funny because, like, episode 2 is like you have to be strapped in and kind of like you're just gonna feel like lost and helpless the whole time. Like it's it's fun but frustrating at the same time. I feel like episode 3, you really learn to just give it up to God. You really just go with it and have a great time, and it finds ways to just be so delightful.
Go crazy, go stupid.
Yeah, episode 2 is kind of when, if Umineko's gonna lose people, it's usually on episode 2 because the energy swords are kind of a lot
Out there
for some of the weaker minded. But it's like, once you can get past the energy swords, then you're rewarded with 19,000 arrows barrage or whatever the fuck. And Gungnir and whatnot. And it's like, I feel like once you can, if you can get past that particular like shark jump, then you're golden. You're ready for Umineko. You have what it takes. That's like I feel like the final test of like if you're ready for this bullshit. Hi Sage! I'm so glad to see you. Another thrilling night where we've
Oh my god, now I'm remembering a dream that I had.
Oh.
I had a dream, Sage, you accidentally said Umineko spoilers in the middle of our Umineko stream.
Oh my god. I have a question. Do you remember what the spoilers were in the dream, and were they real or fake?
I don't remember what they were, but I know they were fake.
Okay, like they were...
in my brain, they were real.
Yes.
In brain Umineko, they were real.
In the Umineko that exists in your dreams.
Yeah.
That's actually another meta layer of Umineko, is what you dream about.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the... That's actually kind of the final meta layer that they reveal.
Mm-hmm.
That it's when you start having Umineko dreams. That's actually part of the story.
Mm-hmm.
I've had a few by now. Yeah, I'm not one to have dreams about stuff that I'm into super often, but it did happen to me a handful of times with Umineko, and I've now been having the seeing Higurashi spoilers on Twitter dreams, which is an extremely funny thing to happen, because it means that I don't know which ones are real and which ones I literally dreamed. It's a perfect strategy. Well, gamers, we've got exciting stuff ahead of us tonight, so let us, without further ado, hear those seagulls cry. Go to the Umineko page. Here we are. Ah. I clicked too fast for it, briefly. So, where we last left off,
I didn't get to watch our last stream, so I've forgotten.
I only got the YouTube VOD edits done today, so... And it's still private, because I have to actually verify... I cut out a bit that looked in the audio like it was probably a bathroom break, but I have to actually go check that, because I don't know if it was, because I literally just look for, like, breaks in the audio.
Mm-hmm.
And, I was doing it at work on my work laptop, which is not built for editing 5-hour-long YouTube videos, and so it didn't like it very much.
Well, you need to get a better laptop for editing YouTube videos on the clock.
Many such cases. But yeah, where we left off, many things happened last week. Ava solved the epitaph, found the gold.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Rosa solved it a little bit after her, found her in there. They had some insanely funny, like, veiled threat conversations, where Ava was like, oh no, I have this persecution complex, you see, where I just get this feeling if I left, all my siblings would be talking about me behind my back. Isn't that crazy? I just have this headache from worrying about how I'm gonna get that money by March, Rosa. And yeah, all sorts of stuff there happened. Maria had a little bit of a moment over finding her rose, and then Maria and Rosa died badly.
Died very badly by Ava Tulpa is now a witch.
Yep. Yeah.
And she killed him.
Ava, we have encountered Ava Beatrice. It's her job now to complete the epitaph, or to complete the like resurrection ritual. She got all of Beatrice's old furniture at a yard sale. And then where we very last left off, everyone's still holed up in the guest house, and Kyrie said, "Hey, Rudolph, I want to talk to you outside real quick." That was where we left off. There was sort of a cliffhanger about what exactly she was going to talk to him about. But yeah, I think that's really the gist of it.
Door open.
I was thinking about how much I love betas. Yeah, my ritual will end when you solve the epitaph. Well, by the way, solving the epitaph makes a ritual pick up where I left off. That's true, yeah. That Beatrice was like, yeah, if you solve the epitaph, I will stop collecting the debt.
Can't make any promises about anyone else.
And then the person who solved the epitaph went witch mode and picked her right up where she left off.
Two Avas.
Yeah.
One Ava's not going witch mode.
I mean, that's true. Yeah, maybe it's only because she had a tulpa already.
Tulpa can become a witch, but everyone else, you're shit out of luck.
Yeah.
Well, maybe everyone else also has a tulpa. We just don't know about it.
They just haven't shown us.
Yeah.
Sage was messaging me earlier about whether he was just positing the question of like whether Ava Beatrice would be like a returning character if she was just going to be kind of a one-off for this episode, and I was like, that's an interesting thought. Another interesting thing to think about is like, did she originate here, or did they just not tell us about her before? Is another interesting ponderance to mull over. So yeah, maybe everyone does have a secret tulpa of their middle school self. Horrifying thought.
That's the real thing that's passed down through the Oshira Mia line.
Yeah, just having a tulpa of yourself from when you're in like middle school. That
hates you.
Hates you. Hates you and tells you to kill yourself. But anyway. Certainly, the body cannot last with nothing more than a small breakfast, but... Of course, we understand. Still, as time passes, it'll get darker and darker out. It's probably at its brightest now. It's the most convenient time. Rosa sure was fucking quiet about it for how much we were in her perspective in episode 2, if she has one. Yeah.
Rosa Tulpa is shy.
Rosa Tulpa's actually nicer than her.
Yeah.
Natsuki.
Fuck. Only about an hour has passed since Rosa-san was attacked. This is simply too reckless.
It was only natural that Natsuki was yelling about recklessness. After all, Rudolph had said he was going to the mansion to get food. Certainly, on top of their fatigue, their hunger was tormenting them. In the beginning, a mild level of hunger had been just what they needed to fight off drowsiness. However, it now just made their minds hazy since it was still only midday, and their bodies felt like they were reaching their limits. The thought of going to the kitchen in the mansion and bringing back some food certainly was attractive.
I am opposed to this. It may be a little rough, but we definitely shouldn't leave this place.
Don't worry about us, but it would pain my heart to keep the children hungry. I must be responsible as a parent.
Dear! Now that father is dead, you are the Ashirmia family head. It is not permissible for you to take on such a danger. You're right. It's like Natsuki-san says. Cross-san, you should remain here as our leader.
Then who will go to the mansion? I think it should be Kirie and me, and Hideyoshi-san, too. Hideyoshi-san and I have guns. They shouldn't be able to lay a hand on us that easily.
Rosa-san also had a gun, but she was attacked.
I guess we're just not seeing whatever conversation Kirie wanted to have with Rudolph then.
Won't it be dangerous?
When I went out to check on Rosa and Maria-chan, I had a gun, but I was alone. And yet, I wasn't attacked. Maybe they'll be cautious if their opponent is a man.
We'll have 2 men, and even 2 guns. Those 2 will act as guards, and I'll transport our cargo using a cart.
They love not showing us Kirie Rudolph convos. That's true.
I believe the situation will be significantly different than it was for Rosa-san.
Yeah, we still don't really know what Rudolph wanted to tell them back in episode 1.
Mm-hmm.
And Rudolph was like, hey, we gotta have a conversation. Also, I think I'm gonna be killed. That's the crazy thing. It's not just, he didn't just think he was going to die. He very specifically said, I think tonight I'll be killed.
Yep.
And we just, it's been a minute since that's been sort of referenced in any way, but yeah.
If you count on me, because I'm a man, I'll be happy to help.
Yeah, it's not just about his tummy ache, right.
I may not look it, but I'm built up pretty strong from pushing food stands around. Leave the heavy lifting to me. You men can devote yourselves to guarding. There's a folding cart in the servant room, and using that I should be able to handle carrying the food.
Why did I misread guarding as gardening? You men can devote yourselves to gardening.
Men belong in the garden. Of course, we'll be careful. And if we can succeed in this, succeed, yeah, we're leaving this country. Succeed in this adventure just once, there won't be any need for us to take risks again. Is there any way I can get you to rethink this? It may be painful for everyone to deal with empty stomachs, but even so, we do not know what is happening outside now. We'll take care. And Ava's feeling pretty darn bad right now. We can't let her stay hungry. If her stomach's empty, she can't take her medicine. I have to go out for Ava's sake as well.
How is Ava?
Looks like she's finally gone to sleep. She has a high fever. Maybe if we just leave her be for a while.
You can't just stand still when it comes to your wife's health. Understood. I'll give you permission to go outside. That is rich talk coming from you, Kraus. Anyway. And we'll take a little trip there and back. A speed contest. Canned food's okay, right? You at least have a can opener here, don't you?
Yes. We have a can opener and a bottle opener. There's running water in the guest house, so I won't need anything to drink. We need to get 10 people's worth, so no being picky about what you get. Alright. Why don't we just dash out and bring it back quickly? There's no time to open umbrellas.
See you, Aniki. I'll trust you to look after this place. Take care. Under normal circumstances, I'd want to go too. Being a man, I despise how this title of the oldest brother prevents me from lending a hand in an emergency like this. You get what you get, and you don't gouge the head and kill. This is about the only time we get to show off. Sit back and take it easy every once in a while, Aniki. Okay, Natsuhi-san. Wait here and get some towels ready or something. We aren't using umbrellas, so we'll be soaked to the bone when we get back.
Understood. Take care.
Rudolph, Kirie, and Hideyoshi, each leaving their own brave words behind, left the lobby. Compared to the time Rosa and Maria had gone outside, the winds were much stronger. Rudolph's group of 3 people jogged through the rose garden without umbrellas, holding their guns and a folded cart. If everything had been still and quiet, without the wind and the rain, they would probably have kept their ears open and moved with caution. But in this rain, even if some suspicious person was hiding nearby, it would be difficult to notice them. Because of that, it had been Rudolph's plan to instead dash through the dangerous area. There was a chance that their opponent was equipped with a gun, and walking slowly with their guard up would only make them targets. Taking swift action was probably the correct choice.
The Rose Garden! Feels like we were just asking to be attacked.
Please let nobody come out of there. Even as Rudolph and Hideyoshi continued to run, they looked around restlessly, vigilant of their surroundings. Rosa and Maria's deaths had not been caused by a projectile weapon. However, it was easy to suspect that the servants had been killed in such a manner. Will they come flying out of the dark, or will they take careful aim and snipe from the shadows? Either way, they couldn't relax their tension for even an instant. But even so, when they reached the overhang in front of the entrance to the mansion and escaped the reach of the raindrops, they felt themselves breathing a sigh of relief.
No problems for the first step. I like how it was for Rosa-san. Maybe they can't get their hands on us easily.
I'd like to believe that. Kirie, unlock the door while we keep a lookout.
Sure. Returning home to the mansion with a pair of SPs makes me feel like an executive. What does SPs stand for?
Special protections, maybe?
Maybe.
Something like that. I imagine she means bodyguards.
Yeah. We had a welcoming party of servants at the red carpet. It'd be perfect.
A welcoming party, huh? You never know. Be careful. As the two cautiously surveyed their surroundings, Kirie unlocked the entrance with the master key she had been given.
It's open.
Hideyoshi-san, could you take the front? I'll keep an eye on the rear.
Understood. Kirie-san, try not to move from my shadow. Okay, let's break in.
Rear guard, roger that. Covering.
Ah, man. Even in a situation like this, you're just playing around, aren't you?
Give it up, that's how men are. Seriously though, that stench is awful. They're having fun playing. Yeah, it's a little... It felt like the air in the mansion was stagnant with a gloomy silence. And on top of that, it was still thick with the stench from Kinzo's burnt corpse in the boiler room. And they were struck with an uncontrollable desire to leave the mansion.
No problems in the front. There's a short dash to the kitchen.
Let's finish this quickly and head home. This suit'll get fumigated with Dad's stench. You guys are so fucked up. The three of them dash towards the kitchen. It's gonna smell like our father's burnt corpse forever. Damn, that sucks. Hey, girly pop. And after they disappeared from the entrance hall, the new witch appeared there.
They were lured out just as planned. Just as planned, they got caught in my trap.
The witch grinned. Thinking about it now, no matter how unbearable their hunger had grown, it hadn't even been a few hours since Rosa and Maria had been attacked and had lost their lives. Her little Fangy. Yeah. The Yoshiromiya family Tifis.
Mm-hmm.
In that case, why had they needed to recklessly leave the guest house? This expression is so funny. I haven't truly appreciated Avatriss's expressions, but she's got some real bangers.
Mm-hmm.
Until that question could be dealt with, the only answer was that they had been called out by the witch's magic. She has, of any character, the most expressions that are labeled evil smile. I believe.
Mm-hmm.
What reckless people. They'll never leave this mansion alive. Seal yourself, Locke. Seal yourself, mansion.
The instant she proclaimed that. The mansion was sealed off into a separate world. Unless her barrier was undone, no longer would anyone be able to exit this mansion or enter it. Which, to be fair, she never exactly has to mask. Yeah, I think that's probably a big part of that, is that, like, just a lot of her expressions are her doing an evil smile on account of she's the manifestation of fucked up in it. Yeah, pretty much. Spectacular. To think that even though barely half a day has passed since you succeeded the Endless Witch, you can use magic this well. That talent surprises me. It's almost as though you were born a witch.
Well, I have been a witch since the time of my birth. Who taught you how to blink? That's what using magic is like for me.
That Livis expression is like, okay.
It's like, what the fuck?
Alright. What a fearsome person. The witch's face twisted with brutality. She just couldn't help looking forward to toying with someone's life again.
Well then. First up is Rudolph and Kyrie, but in what cruel way should I kill them?
If you don't mind me saying, your predecessor Sama has left instructions that you are to restrain yourself from committing murders of unnecessary cruelty. And there is an etiquette for offering the sacrifices from the fourth twilight onwards. For that you must borrow the power of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory.
Oh, really? Now that you mention it, that's right. I could only play as I like with that second Twilight. Boring. Just when I thought I could play to my heart's content like I did with Rosa. But that only counts for how they're killed in the end, right?
Meaning?
I could just kill them however I want over and over again, revive them, and then follow the epitaph during the last time I kill them, right? So in the end, no matter how I play, it isn't a problem. Who'd act well-behaved with an entertaining power like this?
Her absurd argument was, for an endless witch, an extremely valid one. You still kinda were supposed to use the Seven Sisters for the second Twilight. You're gonna leave two sisters so sad and alone. Yeah, I guess they have been used for the second Twilights prior to now. They just got missed on this one. Sad. I guess two of them will just have to share. Well, four of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the only way to make it all seven of them, you're right. Sopping wet cats at your service and you refuse to play. So sad. The etiquette that controlled the manner of killing was... the sacrifices of the fourth Twilight and onward was represented by lines like, gouge the head. However, that referred to the way those people died in the end. In other words, in the process leading up to that, she was free to tease and kill them however she wanted. She just had to keep on reviving them and follow the rules only when she killed them the final time. Though Ronave felt that her innocent cruelty was part of her talent as a witch, he was beginning to notice an innately brutal side of her. They do say that apprentices are the most brutal of witches, and now I see this may be true. Do as you wish, is what I would like to say. But here it may actually be wiser to show restraint. They have guns. Weapons with a high anti-magic power, such as guns, are the natural enemies of witches and demons. What's that fucking drill tweet that's like... the human mind, the most powerful weapon of all, second only to the gun. The witch stared blankly at this demon butler, who was surprisingly afraid of guns.
That can't be right. Shouldn't witches be able to take a shot from a bullet easily?
No.
Interestingly, in the first one, they're like, oh, guns are useless against a witch. Like,
Yeah.
that's constantly emphasized in the first two.
Yeah, particularly in Natsuhi's death scene in episode 1. That's something that they really stressed. They're like, Beato's like, you think you can kill me with a fucking gun, idiot?
No, she didn't say that.
She didn't say that, but...
Maria was like, she was a fool for thinking she could challenge a witch with a gun.
Yeah. First month on the job, so you need to try so hard, but it's for torture, cruel, evil, misery. Has anyone drawn Avengers' that kill meme yet? The guy holding the monster energy and saying kill?
Yeah.
Fuck, have they?
What?
Sage is asking if anyone's drawn it yet.
Oh, no.
I haven't seen it myself.
I thought you meant, like, wouldn't that be great as that? I don't know, great, because there's also the alternative, which is the live one.
Yeah.
And I don't think she'd say that.
Well, yeah, but there may be another character. I'd have to think on that. Who might say live instead. Certainly not her. But... no, it would be just as fatal for a witch as it would be for a normal human. To prevent that weak point from being noticed, most witches rigorously strengthen their guard with the defense of protective barriers and furniture. Also, the post I always think about with this. I see. You knew a bullet would be completely ineffective against me normally, so you clearly accelerated it with this gun. Yes. I've seen that labeled Beatrice either once or 100 times, not sure. Yeah, I have
never seen that post, but that rules.
Yeah. I know that I have reblogged that to my When They Cry blog.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have any of those protective barrier things?
Constructing a barrier to make even gun bullets ineffective requires much in the way of preparation and ceremonies.
That's why Beatrice is so immune to them in the past too, because she
was ready.
She had already done all the necessary ceremonies to be
Bulletproof.
immune to gun, but
Yeah.
Ava Beatrice here is very vulnerable to them.
I'm afraid to say that Beatrice-sama currently has none of those. Furthermore, you are currently ill-prepared to summon furniture strong enough to block a bullet.
So even though I've become a great witch with this much magical power, I really do have to be afraid of lead bullets. It's annoying, but I don't have a choice. So in that case, should I call some furniture to act as my arms and legs?
Yes.
Unfair, unfair. I hate guns. Ronave, eat them.
She would say that. Leaving everything to your servants while not exposing yourself to danger is also part of a witch's refined tastes. Beatrice-sama, leave this to the furniture and hide in a safe place.
I get it. I call on the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. I don't care who, any two.
Leviathan and Belphegor responded to that call.
Leviathan of Envy right here.
Belphegor of Sloth right here.
How do you know it's not thematic?
Show me your power. Your targets are Rudolph and Kyrie. Don't attack Hideyoshi. Come on, show me just how cruel you can be, furniture.
Oh yeah, just her saying any old ones? Yeah, she's not even trying.
My apologies, but we've received orders from Predecessor Sama to refrain from unnecessarily cruel actions.
But I think the Predecessor Sama's orders does give us some leeway to tease them. You still want to go through with it? I get it. I'll compromise. Don't let them die easily. Thoroughly corner them and let them taste the fear of death before killing them. Will that be okay, Ronave?
Yes, depending on the degree, I do not believe there will be a problem.
Then go! Yes, leave it to us.
This was both of us.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, leave it to us.
Your opponents are armed with guns. For those such as you, dodging them should be easy. But if you are hit, the wound will be fatal.
Go, my scarabs.
Yeah. Proceed with an appropriate level of caution. Who will win the malicious compliance competition between Avatrice and Ronave? Literally.
Don't worry, we aren't that incompetent.
That might have been Levi. Unclear. The two sisters of Purgatory vanished. Ronave bowed and vanished himself.
There are even rules on how to kill them. Why do I have to be constrained by my predecessor, Sama? It's so rigid and boring.
As the witch looked up at the portrait of the predecessor Beatrice hung in the hall, she cursed.
Fuck.
The three people had already arrived at the kitchen and were gathering food supplies. Considering the possibility of poison, they gave up on the alluring fruits and vegetables, and gathered a whole cardboard box full of only the safe canned foods. It was very heavy, but by piling it on the cart, they could carry it well enough. Ronave does have the one-winged eagle on his monocle as the frame. Mm-hmm. That's true. He's
it's very cute.
Gay little wing on his gay little monocle. I think he also has the one-winged eagle on his sleeve.
I believe so, yes.
I think that's where his is. This should be more than enough for 10 people to hold out until tomorrow's breakfast. That should carry them until the boat arrives. The two men were supposed to be focused solely on guard duty, but the weight of the load was tough on Kyrie even with the cart. Hideyoshi, who wanted to show off his power, switched to be the cart pusher, and Rudolph and his wife took up the task of guard duty.
With all this, even George and the kids will be full. Trip back will be a picnic, so let's go.
When Hideyoshi vigorously announced their departure, Kirei frowned and seemed to be gazing into the distance. There was a wall in that direction. No, if her gaze could go through that, there was the main hall beyond it. What is it, Kirei?
It's vague, but I've got a bad feeling gnawing at me.
Kirei stopped walking and narrowed her eyes even further. Women's intuition? At times like this, Kirei's intuition often rang true, even when she said she didn't have a logical reason. Rudolph believed in that intuition.
Yes. So it's probably waiting to ambush us. I didn't sense them before, but just now I felt it. Just now, someone set up an ambush for us.
And there's no reason to go back the way we came. There's a back door over there, right? Let's leave that way. Rudolph made to unlock the back door. When goods were carried into the kitchen, they never passed through the part of the mansion that the family came and went from. I wonder if we'll finally see Kirei flapped here. She's been so utterly unflappable, like clearly even in this moment. Who's to say? So outside the back door, there was probably a ramp used to carry things in. Surely they would be able to leave through there with the cart. I mean, an ambush would be a great time to flap somebody unflappable. That is sort of the point of an ambush. If they were gonna do such a thing. What the heck? It's stuck. Damn, what's going on?
Can't you open it?
Nope. Is it broken? It isn't giving an inch. Rudolph tried various things, first using force, then coaxing it, but the lock was as hard as stone and didn't even budge.
Don't force. Let's read through the front entrance. Right now it'll be even worse if we stand around wasting time.
You think this is a trap?
I don't know. Be careful.
With strained expressions, the three of them returned to the hall again and headed for the entrance. Who is it? The instant they exited into the hall, Rudolph noticed a suspicious shadow right in front of them and yelled. In that instant, a storm of gold leaf started blowing, and gold butterflies covered the area with a gold color.
I can't believe it. A lowly human predicted our ambush.
It isn't my fault. I was hiding my presence.
Don't hesitate. Fire!
The two guns spouted fire. The lead bullets blasted right through the magical defense of the pair as easily as though it were a wet paper wall. But the two figures that should have been there had disappeared. Certainly, guns were frightening objects for them, but there was no need to fear as long as they weren't hit. They at least had enough speed to dodge those.
Wait a sec! You won't even give us a chance to say our names? This is why I hate humans!
Leviathan was a full 10 meters from where she had supposedly been, popping her head out from behind the pillars in the shadow of the staircase and protesting.
In accordance with Beatrice-sama's orders, we will hunt you down.
We want to say our cool demon things!
Our orders tell us to make it take some time and to tease you. You are free to resist, but know that it'll be useless.
That voice came from overhead. Belphegor could be seen on top of the hall chandelier. Elegantly looking down upon them, she proclaimed their execution with a cruel smile.
What are these girls? Forget the cart. We have two opponents, so if we split up, they can't chase all of us.
Everyone else got their cool demon things, so I can't die!
Yeah, I'm developing an appreciation for Leviathan. She's a lot funnier than I remembered her being. All three of them were well acquainted with the inside of the mansion. In case of a crisis, they had planned to run off in separate directions, returning to the guest house by breaking windows or leaving through a back door. Fighting was forbidden, as long as they could fully escape. In a tight spot, escaping is victory. The three of them ran into the depths of the mansion at full tilt. That pair of furniture calmly watched them go.
I'll kill the woman. You take the man.
Understood.
The furniture and the shadows of the pillars and on the chandelier made their figures explode, and Leaving behind only the sound of a hopping beetle knocking against the wall, they pursued their respective targets. Their speed was overwhelming, and they easily blocked the others' paths of retreat.
Let's see what this furniture's got. I hope they're at least able to amuse me.
Beatrice-sama, it may not be prudent for you to reveal your form unnecessarily.
And you don't unnecessarily move your king away from the center. That's part of a monarch's and a witch's dignity.
Our first time to get a sin for either of them. Belphegor was already blocking the way in front of Rudolph, who had boldly tried to escape to the second floor.
It's useless to try and resist or escape. You don't need to think about anything. Just close your eyes. I'll gently end it all for you.
You'd make a good wife. Husbands love to hear that kind of thing when they come home all tired. We have to kill Rudolph.
To think you're still relaxed enough to speak with such insolence at a time like this.
He really is Battler's father.
Yeah.
I'm realizing.
Beatrice-sama, thank you for this excellent prey.
I've also yet to get any sin for Kraus not to keep Battler George and Maria.
Maria is sinless. We all know this.
Yeah, Maria's done nothing wrong. Other than
That's
that,
why
I
she
think
couldn't
we've got
be
at
killed.
least one each. I think that you are right. I would have to rack my fucking brain, but I think that you're correct about that so far. Rudolph shot first. But even before that bullet could hit her, Belphegor had already moved behind Rudolph's back. She then raised a purple curve springing out from her arm. However, incredibly, before that arm could decapitate Rudolph, he had swung his gun behind him. The barrel remained pointing behind his back, from the same motion with which he had reloaded the sawed-off gun one-handedly. It was pointing right at Belphegor's chest. Click. Clunk. It was the sound of the ejected empty cartridge finally hitting the wall after the reload. In other words, it meant that the next shot was already fully loaded. Without turning around, his gun pointing right at Belphegor's chest, Rudolph grinned.
Not bad. For a middle-aged man.
Don't look down on the generation that loves old westerns, okay? You brats don't know anything about the refinement of a lever action. Fucking loser! Just like Rudolph, Kyrie was also confronting a demon stake in the first floor corridor.
What a moron. You could have just escaped with your husband. You do know that was your final farewell just now, right?
Don't worry. This kind of thing is my husband's specialty. I'm sure he'll come for me on a white horse soon. Because he's never failed to come and save me when I'm in trouble. Not even when Asumu-san was around.
Asumu is the name of Rudolph's first wife, in case you forgot.
What a happy couple. I'm jealous. I am Leviathan of Envy. Envy itself is my power, my anger, my lifeblood.
I agree. Envy is the source of a woman's power. And if it is that power, I won't lose to... And if that is power, I will lose to a girl like you.
Imagine saying that to the one who governs envy. You actually think I'd let you two be reunited? I'll give you a tragic farewell.
The arm Leviathan swung was trailed by a purple curve. It was a magic blade that cut with the power of malice. Kyrie blocked it with her gun. Even though the magic blade should have cut through the metal like butter, the gun, with its extremely high magic resistance power, was able to block the blade as easily as if it were a rolled-up newspaper. Rapidly, 2 times, 3 times, it blocked all of them. And, without missing the opening created when that purple curve took a swing upward, Kyrie kicked Leviathan in the stomach with her heel. Leviathan was knocked away like a lightly dancing feather. Before the demon stake's feet touched the ground again, Kirie was already pointing her gun directly at Leviathan in midair.
Umineko weapon check!
Yeah. From that position, two women who had called envy a form of power met each other's gaze. Close-ups.
Can you do it? Can you pull that trigger?
I can be brutal when my husband isn't around.
Damn. Ow, 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 ow!
Just like a battler.
Yeah. Rudolph tumbled down the staircase. He'd been gradually cornered by Belphegor, and had been pushed back into the main hall they'd started from.
The predecessor Sama's furniture is pretty good. They aren't very flashy, though.
Bitch Sama! It isn't over yet, and it's dangerous to show yourself.
Don't tell me you're... Ava.
That used to be my name. But it's different now, Rudolph.
You don't have to tell me. You're gonna say you're the Golden Witch Beatrice, right?
How did you know?
Since the time Rosa was killed, I had a vague idea. Rosa, forgive me. Forgive me for sending the sister you hated down to the hell you're in.
Damn.
That's a hard line.
Beatrice Sama, look out!
Rudolph mercilessly pointed the barrel of his gun at the witch who claimed to have once been his sister. But Belphegor would not permit that and attacked savagely. She dashed, disappeared, and headed for Rudolph's back. She dodged that shot and headed again for Rudolph's back, and vanished over and over, instantly moving into Rudolph's blind spots. It was almost like she was a fairy. As she blinked in and out of vision, Belphegor incessantly drove towards Rudolph.
Maybe this is kind of fun. Rudolph, let me sit back and watch to see how long your brave efforts last you.
At that time, there was a dull tearing sound along with Rudolph's cry of anguish. Rudolph's reaction to the dance of the purple curve that had pressed upon him had finally been too slow, and he'd let it lightly cut his flank. That single wound slowed him down just once. That led to a new wound, which slowed his actions again. Belphegor's dance began to swallow Rudolph whole. Watching Rudolph's body gradually get carved up, his former sister let out a shrill laugh. Leviathan could no longer hide her irritation that Kirie hadn't suffered a single fatal wound.
I really am a moron. Among the 7 sisters, I was always the slowest to grow. I was always slow, always weak, always stupid. An inferiority complex became envy, and when I convert that into power, I gain a strength greater than that of any of the sisters.
It's important for young girls to have a moderate inferiority complex. It teaches women about cosmetics and hard work.
Normal thing to say.
I don't like having to use the limits of my power against mere humans, but I can turn my envy of your ability to trust completely in your husband into power. I don't like it. Why are you so relaxed when you're fighting for your life?
I wonder.
I get it. You're fully convinced that your husband will come to your rescue and save you. Isn't it incredible, that trust of yours? It's enough to make me jealous. What kind of trust did we sisters have for each other? The sisters are always looking down on each other, trying to thoroughly lambast each other when things already look bad. I've always been bullied by my sisters. I've always wanted just one person to take my side. So when I see you with a single ally who's completely trustworthy, I feel the strongest envy. That confident expression of utter belief in your husband, I can feel it giving me power. I might even surpass that. The speed of sound.
Leviathan turned herself into a stake, and the speed of her flight as she attacked was proportional to the strength of her envy.
Since the day my sisters looked down on me, I was jealous from the bottom of my heart of the other 6 who grew quickly. I was jealous for 7 days and 7 nights. You can see the power I gained as a result in my speed. Die, Ushinomiya Kirie!
The demon stake exposed her true form, leaping about at a terrible speed. The noise from her bouncing off the walls sounded like a machine gun. By now, Kyrie probably couldn't tell if it was a single stake or a swarm of beetles flying and bouncing around. Leviathan was over 100% certain of her victory, believing in it from the bottom of her heart. Then, Kyrie spoke with an unbelievably calm voice.
I was the one who went out with Rudolph-san first. Asumu blatantly cut in between us, and shrewdly got pregnant. I don't blame Rudolph-san. That woman used her body as a weapon to seduce him, and then acted even more repulsively, cornering Rudolph-san and forcing him to get engaged to her.
Yeah, this is still her.
Asumu-san had been carrying Badler-kun. At the same time, I was also carrying a boy. As fate would have it, our delivery days were on the same day. Then, Asumu-san gave birth to Badler-kun. But I had a stillbirth. I think about it sometimes. What if Asumu-san had had the stillbirth and I had been the one to give birth? Would Rudolph-san have broken off his engagement and married me? But I couldn't give birth to my child. So until Asumu-san died, and until I got pregnant with Anji, I cursed Asumu-san and was jealous. Let Asumu-san die. Then I wanted him to marry me. In my envy, I kept cursing like that over and over until Asumu-san finally died.
Anji has been mentioned once before, all the way back in episode 1.
Yep.
Very briefly.
She had a tummy ache, which is why she isn't here.
Yeah, she is, Rudolph and Kyrie's kid.
Mm-hmm. I was certain that I'd use the power of magic to curse Asumu, to curse and kill Asumu-san. But that didn't quell the flames of my envy. Don't tell anyone, okay? Every time I look at Badler-kun, I remember that woman. Every single time I look at him, I think that if only my child had been born, he would have been the same age. I'm still jealous of her, tormented by her. Even now and from now on, into the future and for all eternity. You say you were jealous of your sisters for 7 days and 7 nights.
That's right.
Don't make me laugh, little girl. How could you understand the madness of a woman whose man was stolen from her, who's burned with envy for 18 years?
Are you fucking ready?
Are you ready for the numbers?
If Leviathan had the power of 24 hours times 7 days, or 168 hours of speed, then the power that Kyrie had piled up was 24 hours in 1 day, 365 days in 1 year, and 18 whole years. Even without counting leap years, that was 157,680 hours. Compared to Leviathan's power and speed, it was more than 938 times greater. So then, even if Leviathan could soar at the speed of sound, 1,225 kilometers per hour... Josh, how many minutes is that per year, though? Speed, of course. I'll kill you.
You missed the last line.
Oh, shit. To Kyrie's eyes, it only looked like 1/938th of that. Which means... 1,225 divided by 938 is a speed of 1.30 kilometers per hour. They say a human's walking speed is 4 kilometers an hour, so it was even less than half of that. This is almost the same speed as a baby crawling on the floor. Which means... In the time it took the demon stake to move at a pace so slow that you could count all the bits of dust floating through the air, Kyrie looked at it with pity. She pitied the slowness at which it came towards her. Power scales your trauma. Literally! One hands it, by the way.
Envy power scaling. One of the best sprites in the game.
Yeah. With this face, too. Then, she lazily raised the barrel of her gun. almost as though she was trying to swallow the demon stake up with the gun barrel.
You're completely lacking in both romance and envy. Try harder next time, little girl.
Damn! Envy math, they could never make me hate you.
I love envy math.
Just, this was the first time that I was like, I think it might be peak when they just start saying bullshit numbers at you.
Mm-hmm.
Rudolph, what happened to all that vigor from a couple seconds ago? You're supposed to slice up a fish while it's still flopping around. After it dies, it isn't interesting anymore. That's enough. Why not kill you now?
Damn it. Sage? Felt.
I'm surprised you managed to endure this long after being carved up.
That's enough. From now on, you don't need to think about anything. I'll steal away your life painlessly.
Wait. There's a favor I want to ask. At the very end, I want to do one of those.
What do you mean, one of those?
You know, that thing you see in all the westerns. We start with our backs together, walk 3 steps, and then bang.
Ah, a duel. Very well.
One of D's, I mean. Fuck, she would be so mad.
If that will satisfy your regrets in this world, I'll accept.
Rudolph moved his wound-covered body and turned his back to her. Belphegor responded and turned her back to his. Belphegor had an honest nature that was uncommon in a witch's furniture.
Let me warn you. Even if you press the barrel of your gun between my eyebrows, I can move instantaneously and even faster than you could pull the trigger and have the bullet reach my skull.
Yeah, I can feel that already. You're faster than a bullet.
I have agreed to this out of respect for your courage in challenging me to a duel despite that knowledge.
Thank me.
Well, you're an honest and principled person. And a good woman. You might just steal my heart away.
Mandola Curia, I hear you.
Yeah.
Let's begin. 3 steps will do, fine, yes? First 1 step.
2 steps.
3 steps. Is that okay?
Yep. And since you still haven't noticed after walking 3 whole steps, it's my victory, miss. Maybe let her hear you actually so she kills Belphegor with her mind. We just need to wait 12 years. This is true.
What?
Rudolph turned around and fired a bullet. However, Belphegor could easily see through the speed and trajectory of a bullet like that. It should have been no problem at all to dodge it. But a spray of fresh blood flew about. What didn't she notice? Belphegor had set up an adequate magical defensive barrier. But before an incarnation of anti-magic power such as that bullet, it was completely meaningless.
What are you doing? Why'd you get hit?
The bullet had hit Belphegor right in the chest.
What the fuck, Battler? Why are our parents cool? How are you like this?
The pain from the lead caused her to grimace, as did the pain from the denial of magic.
Forgive me. I'm a coward of a man.
What a killjoy. To think that furniture of a witch could be defeated by a human. Know your shame. Worthless, pathetic. If only you just grovel and die.
Quit it, Aneki. She could have dodged it, but she didn't. She realized that you were in the line of fire, Aneki. So this faithful girl took it without dodging, protecting you. At the very end, she saw that I was pinning the rook and the king.
Spectacular.
Don't hate me for it. I planned to resign if you noticed it while you were taking those 3 steps.
You ordered those 3 steps. out of consideration for me, did you? I didn't even try to think about it. I was lazy.
Elphegor of Sloth. You were a good woman. Go to heaven before me and get yourself all made up. I'll definitely come and chat you up.
She's a demon prince. She ain't
She's
going to
super
heaven.
not going to heaven. As Belphegor slowly fell over, she lost even the power that kept her in human form, and she grew small like gold dust, melting into thin air. At that point, Kyrie dashed in. It seemed that she had somehow defeated her pursuer by her own hands. As she pointed the barrel of her gun straight at the witch, she ran up to the wound-covered Rudolph.
Are you okay?
Were you chatting up someone right now?
Yep, a good woman. No match for you, of course. Sorry, Aneki. It's checkmate. Kind of a power couple.
Yeah.
The two of them pinned the witch down the barrel. The two of them pinned the witch down the barrels of their guns. This is just a really fast 20-something to him. Yeah, they can just do that, he guesses. Yeah, he doesn't know what the hell's going on.
Worthless furniture. To think they'd be beaten by human opponents. Worthless. Stupid. Boring.
What's in the food these days? Yeah. Beatrice-sama, we should retreat for now. There is no furniture or barrier to guard against bullets here. The witch began to let out a muffled laugh. It surprised not only Rudolph and Kyrie, but Ronove as well. Because a situation like this, with two guns pointed at her, was not one that even a witch could just laugh off. But the witch laughed with pleasure.
Well, it's only natural that the predecessor Sama's worn-out furniture couldn't do it. I need to get new furniture that's suitable for me. I use them out of obligation, but I've always hated secondhand stuff.
As she said that, she looked down at Belphegor's remains, which had already finished turning into a pile of gold dust, with disgust. When the fuck did you get a gay purse dog, Aneki? You're always complaining about not having one. I don't know what you're talking about. Be a good girl and put your hands up. Then, the witch obediently raised her hands. But instead of raising her hands because a gun was being pointed at her, it looked more like she was a conductor facing an orchestra, waving her conductor's baton.
Come, arise, furniture suitable for me. Not that cheap furniture, much stronger ones. Cruel ones. Yeah.
Stop this bizarre act. I'll pull the trigger. Oh fuck. Who's gonna voice what? Should we just...
We've already decided this.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
You know what you've claimed.
I know what I've claimed.
In response to the witch's call, the hall was once again buried with the color of gold. As the brilliantly radiant gold butterflies danced, it felt as though they were being sucked into an ocean of gold leaf. One of it was shocked at that upsurge in magical power. After all, it far surpassed that of his former master. As their eyes were dazzled amidst this golden flash, a gunshot could be heard. Either Rudolph or Kyrie had fired a round. Then, when the golden flash subsided, at the very least the witch was standing in there, looking cool and composed. The bullet? Kyrie must have fired it into her. But the witch had not been hit anywhere on her body. There it is. The bullet had been fastened in midair, right in front of the witch's chest. A bulletproof barrier! In an instant, a barrier that would require a significant amount of preparation, even for the predecessor, had been... Ronove's face was twisted in shock. And the surprises did not end there. Please, please.
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 The cloud of gold butterflies had created two humanoid forms. It was a furniture summoning. The butterflies peeled off and flew away, and beneath them, furniture in the shape of girls showed themselves.
Bunnies.
Bunny girls! The Siesta Sisters Corps? Even the predecessor wasn't able to summon Pendragon's memorial troops on a moment's notice. And to do it so easily. Yeah, it's bunnies.
Jester 410, right here.
Oh fuck, I did not think of how to voice her. I don't want to do another super high-pitched voice.
Jester 45 right here.
That's way too similar to everything I've been doing. I'll find it.
Yeah, take your time.
You two are suitable furniture for me, I take it.
From reading picture books out loud to going on a date to shooting down meteorites.
Going on a date?
We'll take care of anything.
If we don't take care of it, Pendragon somehow will get mad at us. Please, your orders, great Lady Beatrice.
Rudolph-san, let's run for it. We're no match for these ones.
Sure.
Really like that line.
I just think that's how he said it.
Just a really good line read.
Thank you. Kitty, I definitely heard warning sirens going off in her head. Thanks to the same feeling that had alerted her to the ambush by the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Pendragon, I believe, is in Arthur Pendragon of Arthurian Legends fame. Without hesitation, they escaped. As the witch elegantly watched them leave, she commanded her new furniture.
This is an order. Kill the two who ran away. Then bring the corpses back here. I'll bring them back to life and play with them over and over.
The witch's expression twisted into an evil smile. Even though she feared that expression, Lucifer appeared and spoke. I just know Richard and I are gonna give them fuck-ass British accents. That's an option!
Forgive my presumption, but the predecessor-sama asked that you avoid brutal actions of that sort.
When the witch stared at her with those terrifying eyes, Lucifer was struck dumb. She was frustrated. It was so boring not being able to let her own power and cruelty run wild. This annoying furniture of the predecessor kept telling her to show restraint, bringing her irritation to a peak.
Let's stir of pride. Long time no see, yeah? How you doing? Let's play together sometime.
You mustn't whisper, 410, you'll get in trouble. Let us carry out the great Lady Beatrice's order at once.
Oh yeah, we are on the job right now, yeah? 410, roger that.
Firing guidance system startup. Greek. I think some of it says stuff and some of it's gibberish from what I recall.
Preparing for sniping pursuit combat.
Accumulating terrain data. Accumulating data for firing. Data link with 410.
410, data received. Target log acquired. Commencing terrain calculation error correction. Formulating firing curve, supplemental control point, calculations complete. Data link to 45.
45, data received. Checking hazard zone. That's no good.
Lucifer-chan better get out from behind us so we'll get roasted by the backblast.
Thanks to their paired measurements, the Siester sisters were able to instantly calculate the terrain throughout the mansion and the coordinates of their targets, as well as a firing curve to reach them. And we did get tips. Do we think we're good to look at those now?
Sure, yeah.
Oh, they're here.
Mm-hmm.
Siester 4-5.
British ones.
A weapon in contract with Beatrice. 4-5 has a methodical and timid personality, as well as a fairly strong persecution complex. Thanks to that, she's well suited to shoring up the weaknesses of 410's rough personality when they work as a pair. She can't stand silence, so she'll often become emotionally insecure if she isn't being ordered around by someone constantly. 4-5 excels in search and decision-making capabilities. The support she provides doubles the combative force of the sisters. 410.
A weapon in contract with Beatrice. 410 is a kid with a strong personality whose peculiar style of speech tends to make light of people. She likes laughing at people who are serious or can never relax, which is why she's so fond of 4-5 and Lucifer. Her choice of words may be coarse, but she loves company and gets lonely easily. She gets depressed if there isn't someone talking with her constantly. 410 in particular is particularly skilled when it comes to firing control, and she can wield unparalleled combative force even in close-ranged fighting.
She's in the fighting game.
Mm-hmm. She's really bouncy.
She's very fun to play in the fighting game. It's funny that she likes Lucifer, actually, because they are a very fun duo to play in the fighting game, because they're both, like, extremely mobile.
They're very fast.
Yeah. You're always schmoovin' when you're playing 410 or
water went instantly down the wrong pipe. That's right, their shots could be guided to follow a curved line. None could escape. The precision guidance used by the Seven Sisters of Purgatory was nothing more than a cheap knockoff of the ability these two held.
For 5, firing preparations concluded. Ammo type selected and loaded.
As the two of them faced each other, it was as though they were both pulling back a bowstring together. A dazzling gold arrow was readied there.
410, me? Firing!
After giving that announcement, they released a single arrow together. As the path taken by the gold-sparkling snake of light drew a curve, it followed the direction that Rudolph and Kyrie had escaped to in rapid pursuit. It turned through the corridors, crawled over the floor, chasing them as it drew a beautiful curve. No one could block the guided shots of the Siester sisters. No one could escape from them. And their strength could pierce all physical and magical defenses. It was quite a merciless guided weapon of certain death. However, among mythical-class soldiers, it was a weapon used by pretty much everyone. It was very commonplace for them, and very extraordinary for those of the everyday world. What the? When you noticed something rapidly chasing them and turned around, the exact position of Rudolph's heart was pierced by the gold snake. It all happened in an instant.
Rudolph-san?
After the gold snake pierced Rudolph, it swooped down to the floor, drawing a beautiful spiral, coiled itself around Kyrie's legs, and crawled up to her chest. Yeah, this shit rocks. I love the Siesters. And just like Rudolph, it pierced the exact location of her heart. And all of that happened in an instant. It pierced Rudolph, and then Kyrie. So they died, dropped to their knees, and fell over at almost the exact same time. Is this, by the way, this background song, is this Dance of the Moon Rabbits?
Yes.
Surely it must be, yeah.
What's this? Talk about overwhelming. Ridiculously easy, isn't it? This is the kind of furniture I need. Way different from predecessor Sama's secondhand furniture. Come on, bring their corpses here. I'll keep reviving them until I'm bored, and I'll try killing them in as brutal a way as I can think of. To think being a witch could be so much fun. That taking a life could be so much fun.
From the time humans are born, the most shunned action they can take is the murder of another human. It's only natural that humans can't understand how pleasurable it can be to break this taboo. But she was no longer a human. She was a witch. And there were some pleasures that only witches could understand. By now, she had tasted those pleasures, and was totally immersed in them. After learning that the contents of the forbidden pot were honey, she could no longer live without them. Beatrice, this isn't how you have fun with chess, making the rules be an auto-win for you that you can take any piece anytime, no matter what. Boredom is gonna get you fast. Yeah. Wait. No, maybe the contents were honey because they were forbidden. Anyway, by killing humans gruesomely, doing it over and over, she could feel the drug-like pleasure even now. As the witch rolled over laughing, the gold snake that had just been shot returned as though being reeled in. At the tips, 2 people were pinned and dragged along. The witch's order had been fulfilled. Rudolph and Kyrie had been killed instantly, and their corpses had been carried back.
Siesters 4-5 and 410, order execution complete. We await your next order, Great Lady Beatrice. Please, your orders?
From babysitting to playing online games with you, to shooting down a space shuttle, we'll take care of anything.
Sorry, what was that last one?
Playing online games with you?
Okay. What are those?
They haven't been invented yet. They super haven't.
It looks like these 2 are the sacrifices for the 4th and 5th Twilights. So in the end, I'll need those worthless 7 sisters. Or are they 5 sisters now? I need those guys to pierce and gouge the forehead and the chest. But I can do that at the very end, and I'm free to play in any way I want until then, right?
I trust them to shoot down a space station more than I trust them to babysit.
Wait. Have you already forgotten what I've told you?
Oh, it's you, Predecessor-sama. Do you have any complaints?
Oh, Sage, I know Adrian can discuss.
I have already thought about what classes to make several Umineko characters, and of course I have thought about the Chiesta sisters, and of course they're mechanists.
Do you have any complaints?
Of course I do! You're doing whatever you please, aren't you? Why haven't you followed my directions?
What's wrong with doing as I please, Predecessor-sama? Anyway, I don't plan from deviating from the rules of the ceremony in the slightest. I'll definitely clean these two corpses up later and drive stakes into their forehead and chest.
I'm telling you, that's not the problem. If you act so undignified and cruel, some people might take it badly.
Is this about your fucking shitty boyfriend? Is this about your ugly boyfriend? You mean your opponent in that game? The one you're supposedly fighting against somewhere? Ronave told me.
Damn that blabbermouth! Well, to be perfectly honest, that's how it is. If you go a little too far, that person will object, you see.
Why can't this person just complain to me directly instead of making you take a message? That coward.
Well, this is a resident of a different world from yours. There's no choice but to use me as an intermediary. Well, that's beside the point, but...
Which means that this person couldn't interact with me even if they wanted to. And I can't interact with them even if I want to either. Simply put, this is a completely unrelated person from a world that distant, right?
Indeed. For example, perhaps you could say these worlds are like very close parallel lines. The distance between them is quite small, but because the lines are parallel, they will never cross. For now, that should be a convenient way for you to view that world.
They never cross, which means that world has nothing to do with me. If you're speaking for that person when you tell me to show restraint, please pass this message on to them.
To them? What should I say?
It's none of your business, so disappear, you old hag. If only you just give up and die.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. Since it was a friend of yours, I just assumed she'd be a woman. By old hag, I'm definitely not talking about you, Predecessor-sama, so please don't get mad at me.
When she spoke, the witch was looking straight into Beato's eyes. Anyone present would be able to tell what she meant by it.
Predecessor-sama, there's something I find really strange. Why do you have to play a game with someone from another world and have him accept that you're a witch?
Oh, so she did know that the opponent was a guy.
Well, as to that, it's because making all humans accept the existence of witches is a prerequisite of perfect control. There was a single holdout who wouldn't simply accept me as a witch.
Why would you need the approval of a human? Witches are witches and can use magic, so why should we need to be acknowledged by humans?
Well, like I said earlier, magic is...
I am a witch. I can use magic without anyone's approval in particular, so what's your point?
I love you constantly looking at your nails while you're reading her lines.
It just feels right.
It really does. It really adds to it. In this world, right? However, since that person won't accept it, how should I explain it?
I don't need you to. After all, isn't all this about a different world that never crosses this one? In other words, that world might as well not exist. You fighting a game in another world is absolutely no different from you telling me about stuff from your imagination. I'll say it again. It has nothing to do with me. And I already am a witch. Predecessor-sama, somehow or another, it seems like you can't become a witch as long as this person doesn't acknowledge you, but I'm built different. Even though no one has acknowledged me, I'm an excellent witch already. Since you are my predecessor, I will formally pay you respect. But that's out of kindness, not out of duty. I won't ask for your advice anymore, because I clearly know what I should do and how I should play from now on. So, I will carry out the murder of 13 people as a final act of respect for you. However, there's absolutely no reason for you to interfere with the methods I use, or what I do afterwards. Therefore, I'll be counting on you in that regard.
At a glance, those words seemed obedient, but they contained within them a clear parting of ways. She was no longer under Beato's care in any way. That's why she was clearly saying nothing more than, "Don't get in the way of my fun." Beato understood that, and was dejected, realizing that no matter how she explained it, she wouldn't be able to make the witch understand.
I see. Then it is no longer my problem. Go and learn with your own body how magic ceases to exist when you lose your respect for it.
I wish you'd tell me where the respect was in that carefree rampage of yours up until now.
After hearing that, Beato could not respond, because she remembered hearing exactly the same thing from her teacher.
Okay now, Chester sisters. See off my predecessor on her way back.
Predecessor-sama, please leave this place.
If you don't, we'll be scolded.
Throughout her body, Beato felt something unseeable from the Chester sisters, which could only be described as an oppressive sensation. Most likely they were initiating firing calculations. It was an action much like taking out a gun and cocking it.
I will leave you to it then. I am unaffected battler and I fucked up big time.
Probably more teacher I fucked up big time.
Teacher,
Balor's
I
not
fucked-
talking to her.
That's true.
Teacher, I fucked up.
Even Beato could not escape from the Chester sisters' attacks without any preparation. In the past, she had placed her greatest trust in them, so she knew how terrifying they were down to her very soul. Predecessor-sama, if you would retire, I would not recommend damaging Beatrice-sama's mood any further.
Predecessor-sama, I understand. I shall leave for now. I'll watch over the end you eventually reach at my leisure.
It was almost infinitely close to a parting shot. So, after Beato vanished, the witch and her furniture doubled over laughing.
Well, I do understand. The endless power is fun. The joy of freely toying with an extremely limited life cannot be explained to those who have not tasted it. I can understand the feeling of being possessed with a pleasure similar to drugs. It must have been quite fun, judging by your antics in the past. Are you saying it's just like when you tried to admonish me in the past over and over and I did not listen? Why have you started trying to scold that child for her actions?
Because Battler didn't want to play toys with me.
There is a single large difference between you and that child. That child may already be a witch. Of course, you are also a witch. At least, in the world on top of the game board. However, to be acknowledged as a witch in the world outside of the game board, you need to have Battler-kun, your opponent in this game, acknowledge you. You must have understood that when you started the game. I thought that if I could show off a whirlwind of proof that I am a witch, blow away his desire to deny me and make him surrender, he would acknowledge me as a witch. It all went my way last time, so I thought it was just a breath away.
I like all these wind metaphors that she's working into that.
It's actually the opposite. Battler-kun was disgusted by your brutality. He did not step up to the plate as a player because he acknowledged you as a worthy opponent. It was based on a strong animosity, his resolve to completely deny the existence of a brutal witch. In your foolishness, you probably felt that Battler-kun's acceptance of his role as your opponent was the first step towards making him acknowledge you as a witch. However, it was actually the opposite. Battler-kun challenged you in this game because he was absolutely determined to not acknowledge you. No matter how hard the thoughtless north wind blows, the traveler only wears his cloak even tighter. You are committing a huge error from the very beginning.
Beto, you fucked up big time.
Beato, you fucked up big time. This game is not torture to make Battler-kun surrender. It is a test in which you must try to make Battler-kun accept you. Oh, I vaguely noticed that. The last game was a tough one for Battler, but it seems like you've already noticed. This game is a tough one for you. What should I do from now on? Think about it for yourself. Fortunately, you have already given up your pieces on the game board to the new witch. You should have plenty of time to reflect upon your own self. But Battler's already a massive hostility to me. He won't accept witches, so he won't accept me. In that case, what can I do to make him accept me?
Teacher, how do I make Battler play toys with me again?
Are you saying that if the north wind doesn't work, then I should shine on him like as the sun from now on? Me? After all this time? It's October now, the Halloween season. It's the month of rebirth, when the sun dies and is revived again. When the sun is weak right after reviving, it may not reach far through the cold winter winds. However, it slowly grows and is eventually able to hail the coming of spring. At that time, the traveler may even fold up his cloak. Are you saying that I've been mistaken?
The beautiful hall of the Ushiromiya mansion was
I need
covered
water.
with a golden sparkle like gold leaf, by all means, and stained deep red with thick spurts of blood. The number of deaths given to Rudolph and Kyrie had long surpassed anything you could count on both your fingers and your toes. The witch was breathing so hard her shoulders shook, but it wasn't because she was tired. She just couldn't hide her ragged breaths caused by her still uncontainable excitement. What about on Kinzo's toes? That's true, he's got a couple extras.
How fun it is to do as I will with people's lives and deaths. With the power of the Endless Witch, the endless everything I paint with my mind becomes reality. No matter how sloppily I mash them, I can revive them, returning them to normal with just a snap of my fingers. Because in the end, I just have to restore the corpses and follow the epitaph as an afterthought. Hey, you guys! Have you ever sliced a stuffed animal's stomach open?
Never. What about you, 4-5?
No! I have never done it. My apologies.
That's understandable. Normally you wouldn't. Especially not if it was a stuffed animal you liked. But I've always thought about it. I always thought about peeking in and seeing what was packed inside this fluffy stuffed animal I loved.
If you cut it and looked inside, your curiosity might be quelled, but the stuffed animal would be broken. So, even though you want to see, you can't.
It's just gonna be fluff in there.
You understand that feeling, right?
The power of the Endless Witch can truly grant that wish. As I am now, I can slice the stuffed animal all I want. And yet, with a bit of magic, I can return it to normal and revive it. In other words, it means I've broken all limitations in this world. As I am now, I don't have to hesitate or give up an idea or anything. Joy. There's probably no one who can understand it. No one other than me, the Golden Witch.
As the witch let out a mad war cry, she revived Rudolph and Kyrie again, and faster than they could realize it, she killed them right away. And she made it known that something other than cotton was stuffed inside those two. Awesome.
Quit it, Ava!
Hi, Hideyoshi.
Huh? It's you. How long have you been there?
In that gruesome hall, Hideyoshi appeared with his gun readied. The witch had sealed the mansion with a barrier, so Hideyoshi had nowhere to run. He'd probably picked up Rudolph's or Kirie's gun and come back. The gun, which should have been something to be feared, was apparently no longer an object she took seriously now that she was overflowing with magical power. Her bold expression didn't flinch in the slightest.
Why did you kill Rosa-san and Maria-chan, and Rudolph-kun and Kirie-san?
Huh? I am the head of the Yoshinomiya family, the Witch of Rokenjima. Everything that occurs on this island is all up to me. Whether they happen to be alive or dead at any particular moment in time is meaningless to me.
You went mad after finding Father's gold! Just how high must that gold have been piled? I can't even imagine it. It must have been enough to steal away your sanity. If there was that much gold, why didn't you think of graciously splitting it up?
You misunderstand. All of that belongs to the Golden Witch. No one is qualified to touch it except me.
What are you? Don't tell me you're that thing Ava told me about a long time ago. The witch Ava from when she was young.
That's right. I am the me from my years as a girl who's been living in the heart of your wife, Ushidamiya Ava, this whole time. And I'm a witch. Ava became an adult by forgetting me, so she can't use magic.
All kids get their heads filled with innocent but cruel ideas sometimes. When I was young, I'd sometimes go around stepping on ants and pulling the wings off dragonflies. However, I learned the importance of life and graduated from that cruel childhood age. Right now, you really are a child. A personality that I know Ava graduated from. That personality isn't Ava. It's a completely different human.
That's right. I am not Ushidamiya Eva. I'm the Golden Witch Beatrice. It's so fun not being bounded by any limitations, and the pleasure of being able to do as I will with life and death is truly wonderful. I don't have to apologize for breaking a goldfish bowl, and I can tear stuffed animals up as much as I want.
There was a crisp sound. It was the sound of Hideyoshi slapping the witch's face. Looking at the hall stained deep red with fresh blood, he should have been able to imagine how terrible the witch was. But without fear, without even hesitating, Hideyoshi had walked determinedly up to her and hit her on the cheek.
Ah! You fool! Don't act like you're cruel, not when you're really a coward and a weakling. I'll correct that evil nature of yours again if I have to. You fool! Fool!
Ow! Ouch! Hey!
You're a woman who understands how important, how fragile life is, aren't you? I'll make you remember. What are you calling a witch, you stupid fool? You're my wife, Ushidamiya Ava. If anything, you're the witch of the kitchen who can always make the perfect snacks out of refrigerator leftovers in a flash.
Hideyoshi, I love you.
Will you open your eyes again, you fool?
Didn't I just tell you that I'm not Ushidamiya Ava?
You stupid fool. You...
As tears dripped down his face, Hideyoshi kept hitting the witch's head.
You put the salami and cheese together so good, it's like magic!
Exactly. He wasn't even pointing the gun at her anymore. Therefore, that sound of gunfire couldn't have come from the gun Hideyoshi was holding. The gun, which had fallen in the corner near Rudolph's corpse, was floating in the air, and smoke lingered near the barrel. And the bullet? A red stain was slowly spreading across the chest section of Hideyoshi's vest. Even though his back was facing the barrel of the gun, the bullet had driven through Hideyoshi's chest.
Like I said, I'm not Ava. What a stupid, annoying man. You're a pain, so I'll switch the sacrifice of the sixth twilight to you. If only you'd just hidden under some bed, shaking or something, I planned on letting you go. But no, you went to all the trouble of coming back. You really are a stupid man.
Thunk. There was a dull sound as Hideyoshi fell to the floor.
I don't have to voice him anymore, thank God.
Even though death would have allowed him to escape from that pain, he resisted until the last second, and staring straight into the witch's eyes, he passed away. Because he had died without closing his eyes, the witch didn't realize that he was dead for a short while, and remained pinned by that gaze.
Should we make this one a new toy and play?
At those words, the witch finally realized that Hideyoshi was dead.
Yeah. Right, what'll we do?
The Siester sisters waited for instructions. On the inside, they imagined the sorts of even more brutal orders their master might give. But the expression that rose to the witch's face looked as though she'd gotten over her excitement. She looked down at Hideyoshi's face, which still had tears dripping down it.
It's such a killjoy, and it's all this guy's fault. I'm done. Ronave, are you there?
Yes, right here.
Take care of the cleanup. I'll bet the predecessor Soma makes a fuss over this one. Please make it clean enough for that old hag to accept. I guess I'll follow the rules of the ceremony out of a sense of obligation to my predecessor Soma. Treat these 3 corpses as the 4th through 6th twilights. Lucifer, it's your turn.
Lucifer, pride right here.
Dig into these 3 corpses and gouge them.
Into corpses?
That's right. Not a problem with that?
No.
The 7 Sisters of Purgatory had their own sort of pride. Her name was Lucifer. It was the pride of a hunter, the pride of gouging prey that they had brought down themselves. However, being told to gouge a corpse that someone else had brought down ran contrary to that sentiment. Of course, the witch didn't mean it that way, but for the 7 Sisters it was horribly humiliating.
You mean the 5 sisters?
Mean to them! However, they had already screwed this up, with 2 of the sisters defeated, so they had no right to question her. Only Ronave appreciated this, and he rested his hand on her shoulder in understanding. This is an order from Beatrice-sama. Lucifer, carry these 3 and dispose of them in accordance with the etiquette of the ceremony. Then, when you are done, lend me a hand with the cleanup.
Certainly.
The witch looked down upon Hideyoshi's corpse, as though implying that the now delicate atmosphere was all Hideyoshi's fault.
Stupid man. You didn't even have to die.
Dear. Dear, where are you? You're there, right? Answer me.
The crash of a thunderbolt woke Eva from her nightmare. If Hideyoshi had been gripping her hand at that time, her fearful heart would probably have been instantly healed. However, Hideyoshi, who had supposedly sworn that he wouldn't leave the room even for a moment, was nowhere to be seen in the room.
Dear, answer me. Dear.
Man. 1:30.
Him,
Yeah. 30 minutes had already passed since Rudolph's group had left the guest house. By any measure, their return was too late. And Kraus and Natsuhi, who waited by the entrance, were reaching the limits of their patience. The chain was set on the door. That was a precaution in the event that Rudolph's group was attacked and the master key stolen from them. For that reason, they needed to wait by the entrance like this for the others to return. Godspeed, Grace. I believe in you.
it is actually almost close to our break time.
It feels a little early for that.
Fair enough. They really are too late. Don't you think something might have happened to them?
Indeed. Kraus glanced between his watch and the door, struggling to keep his composure.
If something happened to return them from returning.
Terrible thought, but it seems like we should ready ourselves for that possibility. So it really was too reckless after all.
That is what I said. Why did they go outside when they knew it was dangerous? How foolish. Why go outside even though Rosa-san had just been attacked?
Nothing will come of saying that now. At any rate, there are now 3 adults in the guest house. Me, you, and Ava, who's asleep with a high fever. At that time, the forceful sound of a door being opened came from the hallway, and they heard Ava's panicked voice. That voice kept calling out Hideyoshi's name. It seemed as though she'd had a bad dream or something due to her fever, and was calling for her husband.
Ava-san, what is it? Are you okay?
Where's my husband? My husband isn't here. Even though he promised that he'd stay with me the whole time. Even though he promised that he'd grasp my hand the whole time.
Cross was struck dumb by this attitude of hers, which she had never shown in front of him before. But Natsuhi understood her feelings.
Calm down. Hideyoshi-san is with Rudolph-san and Kirie-san, and they're outside right now.
Outside? Why did he go outside? After he promised that he'd stay with me the whole time. You mustn't go outside. The witch is outside. You mustn't go. You'll be killed.
Ava, calm yourself. Hideyoshi-san returned to the mansion with Rudolph and Kirie-san.
Why did he have to go to the mansion? Why did he go outside even though it's safe here? Why did he go back to the mansion?
I went to get enough food to last until tomorrow. Hideyoshi-san was worried about your health, and said that that was partly why he wanted to go.
When will they come back? When will they come back? Don't go outside, don't go to the rose garden, don't go to the mansion! The witch is there, the golden witch is walking about. If she finds you, you'll be killed, you'll definitely be killed. When will my husband come back?
They left 30 minutes ago.
Fortunately, Grace, you really didn't miss much. Ava woke up, met up with these two, and is hysterical. That's about it.
Mm-hmm. We are waiting for their return.
Not hysterical in a misogynistic sense of the word. I think she's pretty objectively, like... she's not well.
Mm-hmm.
30 minutes ago? Isn't that strange? Why would it take so much time for them to go to the mansion to get food and come back? And why are you two just standing around there? We have to go get them. We have to hurry to where they are.
You know what, Grace? Fair enough. Ava probably had quite a nightmare. And because it had continued even after she woke up, she could no longer hide her panic. Natsuhi tried calming her down, but all it did was make Ava's emotions explode even more. Maybe they heard that disturbance. Battler and the kids, who had supposedly been on the second floor, were peeking their faces through the crack of the lobby door. Kraus, Natsuhi, and Ava. And Battler, George, Jessica, Nanja.
I honestly keep forgetting that they're even alive.
Yeah, they've been not here, especially, like, they just mentioned Nanjo, and I'm like, oh, fuck, Nanjo's here, that's right.
I forget that Nanjo exists.
That's because he's in his lane.
He's literally minding his own business all the time.
Literally staying in his lane. Unbothered, moisturized. Everyone in the guest house had gathered by the entrance, and understood the current situation. I agree with Mother. We should go check on Father and the rest. Yeah, that's right. It's even possible that their load's too heavy and they're having trouble carrying it. They should welcome some extra hands.
This happened right after Rosa-san was attacked. This may have been a secondary disaster connected to that.
Grace, I think you're right that that's part of that. Because I tend to, like, if I'm thinking of the servants, I'm usually kind of mentally lumping Nanjo in with them. And so the fact that, like, all the servants are gone, but Nanjo's still here is so weird.
Yeah. We should act with caution here and,
Don't be a fool! What do you mean, caution? Are you saying we should let my husband die, even though he might be begging for help? I'm going to look, and the cowards can stay here.
Looking agitated, Ava raised her gun. Judging by her face, it would be useless for anyone to try and stop her. George, who realized that first, raised his head. I'll go as well. You will too, right, Battler-kun? The more people, the better.
yeah, let's bring Battler along.
Yeah, let's bring Battler along to see what's going on. I agree. Sure.
On Ava, we're coming, even if you tell us not to.
I'm coming too! I can't be the only one to hide in a safe place.
That's right, everybody. Let's get as many witnesses as possible.
Jessica, you must not go outside. Stay here with me. Got it?
You can come too, Natsuhi. It was like they were implying that those three had already been killed anyway, so going outside would be pointless. Natsuhi realized that Ava felt like her heart had been gouged out. Fuck you. But she spoke out strongly as Jessica's mother.
You're right. That should be fine. Now let's have Nissan's family keep an eye on the guest house. This is a problem for my family and Battler-kun's. And I wonder if Dr. Nanjo would mind coming too. Just in case.
In the hall of the mansion, in the hall of the Mountain King, Battler, Ava, George, and Nanjo found the corpses of Rudolph, Kirie, and Hideyoshi.
4 through 6 twilights. And the corpses were pierced through the forehead, chest, and stomach with those demon stakes.
Yes. The demon stakes were buried into them, one in Rudolph's forehead, one in Hideyoshi's chest, and one in Kirie's stomach.
Ava felt like her heart had been gouged out. And Hideyoshi was the one who had the chest gouged.
Man.
Also, something I noticed, this was something that I only realized because I read it on the wiki recently. Ava Beatrice did not correctly assign... She said, oh, Hideyoshi, I'll make you the 6th Twilight. No, he's not. He's the 5th Twilight.
Mm-hmm.
Which I guess could be chalked up to she just kind of told the stakes to do their thing and fuck off. But
Yeah.
it's still kind of funny.
The disorder of the clothing on all three suggests that they were fighting or running away. Since the three corpses were not found right next to each other, it is hypothesized that after coming into contact with the culprit, they attempted some form of resistance.
That was to be as fucked up as possible. The kid, yeah, they bumped her down. Separated them. And they had stakes in the forehead, chest, and stomach. Horrible, just like usual. Wait, I forget, which one had the... Yeah, Rudolph's
Kiryu
forehead,
in the
Hideyoshi's
stomach.
chest, Kirya's stomach. Even though Ronove knew it would be superfluous, he contemplated telling Battler the truth. They didn't bother to stake Rudolph's stomach because we know he already has tummy aches.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been cruel. Normally the witch would have killed them in a much, much more horrible way. The corpses had been left in this manner only because Beato had suggested to the witch that she show restraint. The new witch, thinking it would fit well enough as long as she gouged them with stakes, would probably have just stuck a stake into a lump of meat that wasn't even shaped like a human. Rosa's and Maria's corpses were a particularly striking example. If they had been killed as the Golden Witch had wished, just how gruesome would the corpses have been? Beato had changed that into the still better kind of killing Battler had mentioned earlier. Wanting to have Beato's small bit of thoughtfulness appreciated, he thought of telling Battler about this. But judging by Battler's eyes, that might do more harm than good. To humans, the gap between being alive and being dead is very large. Saying that she'd given them better deaths might have made it possible for a demon to understand her feelings and pardon her. But there was no way a human would be so accepting. Understanding this, Ronove remained silent despite knowing of Beato's modest efforts. Just like usual, let's start by checking whether the corpses are dead. Ronove, please declare it in red. Hey, can't you hear me? Please declare it in red. Repeat it. Rudolph, Kirie, and Hideyoshi are dead. My apologies. Allow me to decline from repeating that. The hell? What are you planning all of a sudden? By now, proclaiming that the victims were dead in red was almost a given in this battle. Refusing to do that was almost like losing by default. So, when Ronove refused as part of his first move, Battler was dumbfounded. My apologies.
As of this moment, I relinquish my position as Milady's representative. Accordingly, I cannot repeat that in red. The only one qualified to repeat that is Milady.
His point is a valid one. Runaway is only a representative for Beato's side. If he steps down from that position, if you will not accept Beato as an opponent, a new representative must be named.
No new representative exists. Please, Battler-sama. Please accept Milady as your game partner once more. Sorry. That's advice I can't listen to. Making them go in the playroom together. Literally! Putting them in their get-along shirt.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely won't accept that unpleasant, cruel bastard as my opponent. My refusal to accept her is why I can't step down from this game. As to her being unpleasant, I apologize in Milady's stead. Allow me to pledge that Milady will not undertake such unpleasant actions again. I wonder about that.
Battler-kun, I also want to apologize as that child's teacher. I'll give that child a good talking to, so please offer your forgiveness just this once.
Hey, enough of that. You're making it sound like I'm the bad guy. No matter how much you guys apologize, it won't reach my ears. If Beato can say that from her own lips, well, I might listen to her.
Understood. If that is your only condition for acknowledging your opponent again, let us have that child apologize. Runaway? Call for the child. Will that be all right, Battler-kun?
Sheesh. Do whatever you want. Still, don't expect me to forgive her. Go get that irritating witch. You have my thanks, Battler-sama. I shall summon her here. Milady, Battler-sama is calling for you. After a few heartbeats, gold butterflies gathered together in midair and created Beato's form. It was a much more docile appearance than the ones she'd made before.
Did you call, Runaway? I believe you heard. Is there something you have to say? Was there anything you would like to say to Battler-kun? From your own lips?
It looked as though Beato shrunk slightly under Battler's cold gaze. He's pissed! Several times, Beato made an effort to get the words out of her mouth, but that didn't work so well. And she was just as awkward as someone trying to light a match during a freezing winter with icy hands. Even as she did that, the game board was advancing. In the hall, they had just found the corpses of the new victims and had broken down crying.
I'm sorry that you were offended. Got him.
Do we maybe want to do break now? That's a little bit.
Now that there's no music anymore.
Of course, we always gotta wait till it's just the rain ambiance. This always fucking happens.
It's because we always do it on scene transitions.
We do, and they tend not to start with music. Alright, yeah, we'll take our usual 10-15 minutes and be back shortly, and then we'll do more. See you soon.
Bye!
Hi.
Hi.
How was your break? Did you all have fun? Yeah. I will disclose the part that I was super hyped about getting to this week was, of course, the envy math and the just sort of reveal that Kirie is so normal.
Kirie is the most normal.
Love her. Love her so much. It's wild that she just drops that here. And then, like, dies, probably. Sad.
Probably.
Oh, we don't have proof yet. It hadn't been said in red. Alright, let's jump back into it, where Battler is
Wailing.
wailing, crying, screaming.
Dad. Kirie-san. Dear. Dear.
Whoa.
Mother, hang in there. Even for me, it's so crushing. So sad.
They probably died instantly. I'm sure even if we had arrived immediately after they fell, it would have been too late.
No, that's wrong. They were definitely alive. His chest was stabbed with something like this. My husband must have died in extreme pain. If we had come faster, surely they would have been saved. They would definitely have been saved. Ugh. It must be tough for you too, Butler-kun. But stay strong. I'm okay. It's okay, Aniki. Let me cry just a little bit longer. I've got it the best. I should be the least sad. So if you let me cry just a little longer, I'll be fine. That isn't true. I can understand how much it must hurt your heart to have lost both parents. I still have Mother. That's much better than what you're going through, Butler-kun. No, that's wrong! It's gotta be toughest for you, George Aniki. I understand, Aniki. In this group, you're the saddest, and the one who has it the toughest. I understand that, so I can't keep on sobbing like this.
I love how Balor seems to consistently have this coping mechanism where, like, he's like, no, you are doing worse than me.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. I'm insisting that you're doing worse than me, so I don't have an excuse to be a baby and cry about it.
Yeah. I kind of wonder if he would feel better if he was the one doing the comforting, so he's trying to be like, George, you're really upset.
Mm-hmm.
Let me help you.
Yeah.
Like, I wonder if he has that kind of instinct. So yeah, you have to be doing worse than me. Why do you say it's toughest for me? To me, Dad and Kirie-san were people I'd eventually split up with when I grew up and became independent. Since their parents, it was fated that they'd die before their kids. It just happened a little early, that's all. But it's different for you, Aniki. You didn't just lose your parents, who would have parted ways with you eventually. You also lost Shannon-chan.
Don't remind him, bro.
Someone you should have spent the rest of your life with. You can't value human lives differently. Whether it's a baby or an old person, they should all be respected the same. Oh wait, maybe that's still Battler. But still, the more life that person has ahead of them, the longer the future you're building together is, the sadder the fact of their death is. Aniki, you were engaged to Shannon-chan, right? You promised that you'd build a life and a home together in the future, right? Compared to how huge that future was, compared to how huge that happiness was, stuff like my pain doesn't even come close. So you should be allowed to cry much, much more, Aniki. And yet, just because you act like a big brother to us cousins, force yourself to act like you're so calm. Stop it, Butler-kun. George was trying to make a calm smile. But already, he couldn't stop a single hot tear from leaving a streak down his face. There's no way I wouldn't be sad, right? Together with Shannon, I painted a picture of many futures in my mind. We talked of dreams that couldn't all come true even if we lived 100 years. Of those dreams, even the very first one, having her move into my family register, could not be granted. So there's no way I wouldn't be sad, right? Compared to that, like I said, I have no right to cry anymore. Even you're struggling to hold it in. I have no right to shed any more tears. We're the same. We both feel the same sadness from losing those close to us. So there's no rule that says you can't shed any more tears than me, Butler-kun. And for me too.
There's no rule that says I have to hold back my tears any longer, is there? Aniki. Aniki! Shannon, the one who shared my dreams for the future, is dead. My father's dead too. It's so sad. So sad.
As Battler and George hugged each other tightly, they cried a waterfall of tears over each other's shoulders for the people who had been so precious to them.
Do you understand why I said that George Aniki has it the toughest?
I was listening, so I understand. Your sadness is proportional to the length of time you would have been able to spend with that person afterwards.
Was this a new track?
Yes.
Okay, I thought so.
It might have happened once before, but I think this is the first time it appears in this.
Yeah, I think it's new.
I know it's new to this episode at the very
Yeah.
least.
Of course, you can't calculate it just like that, though. We humans aren't like you witches. From the time we receive life to the moment we die, we live within that limited period as strongly as we can manage. I can't forgive anyone who makes light of that. And I definitely can't forgive anyone who sneers at people and toys with them. A person like you, whose very concept of death is all screwed up, probably can't understand that.
I'm not just mad because of the length of...
Oh.
You.
I'm not just mad because of the length of time they would have lived afterwards. It's sneering at the lives of people living with all they've got. That's what I can't forgive the most. George Aniki lived his life by recklessly doing his best. He must have approached this day with a grim resolve to marry Shannon-chan no matter the challenges. It's completely different from me, since I was happy just to be able to meet my cousins after a long while.
But still... Beto, for now, stay silent and listen. Indeed.
The way I understand your point, you say you need to continue murdering according to the epitaph for your own resurrection. So considering your circumstances, I can just barely bring myself to understand your murders. Because to you, it's a necessary course of action. But that means all unnecessary actions you take beyond that are due to your meaningless and brutal tastes. In other words, if killing the 6 people for the first Twilight was a necessary action for you, and all that show of crushing their faces and splitting their stomachs and stuffing them full of sweets was completely unnecessary, and caused by nothing more than your brutal hobby, that's an aspect of you that I definitely cannot forgive.
Indeed.
When you saw Aunt Rosa getting repeatedly killed in that horrible way, you apparently said something like, if they're going to be brought back to life in the end anyway, it doesn't matter how they're killed. I heard from Virgilia.
Well, as to that, well,
That idea that you can kill them as many times as you want as long as you bring them back to life in the end. Isn't that a completely unnecessary action, with no purpose other than to toy around with someone's life? If you're going to kill, do it instantly. Don't toy with them. If you won't kill them, then don't bully them. You're taking advantage of the fact that you can do as you will with people's lives, and you've forgotten the sanctity of life. So I can't accept or acknowledge you. I definitely can't accept as my opponent a person who doesn't know the value of a life, or the sadness felt when lives are lost.
that is why the Endless magic is known as a black art. The Endless Witch has no concept of limitations. She had no concept of the limitations and losses caused by breaking and killing. For that reason, Endless Witches sometimes start by playing by jumping over the gap between life and death like it's a game. That is a very, very frightening thing. So as an Endless Witch, and by my own choosing, I never reached your level.
It was something Virgilia had been trying to tell Beato for a long time. But Beato had been too young to obediently listen to those words. She had been too wild. She had been possessed by that detestable pleasure.
I have been told not to break vases, but that's why I wanted to break them. And then I gained the endless magic. When I knew that I could fix them back to normal no matter how badly I broke them, I was surprised how fun it could be to break a vase. I do get that though. When I was little, I had like Lego sets, and I'd build the whole thing, and then I would smash it, and then I would build it back again. I did that a lot.
If Beatrice had just been given some Legos as a child,
Literally.
none of this would have happened.
That is why what's known as the forbidden honey. People are not captivated by what's inside. They are captivated by the sealed lock. It is truly regrettable.
Beatrice is famously captivated by sealed locks. This is something we know about her.
I want to ask you, Vergilia. Why does this thing called the Endless Magic exist? For what purpose does it exist in this world?
It is not limited to the endless magic. All magic exists to bring happiness to the human world. After everything that has happened, it may be difficult for you to believe, Bachelor Kun, but in order to bring blessings to the human world, we witches are supposed to become bridges between humans and non-humans, and that is why we train so hard.
How does reviving the dead and torturing them to death over and over again help the human world?
When a vase that was an important memento is broken, if by fixing it everyone will regain their smiles, I would repair it with magic as many times as necessary. However, I would not be fixing it in order to break it again. I would be reviving it to give humans happiness.
In that case, Beato, you fail as an endless witch.
Indeed.
There's this thing I've been vaguely thinking about. Why do I keep playing this strange game against you? Maybe this game isn't about making me surrender. Maybe it's a test for you to be accepted as an endless witch, in the truest sense.
I don't know about that. The reason I proposed this game to you is simply as a way to kill time. There was no alternative motives at work.
None at all.
Definitely.
There's no interesting reasons that this game is taking place.
I have absolutely no reason other than boredom for why I started this game.
That's definitely all the signs that Umineko's been setting up would definitely indicate that.
Mm-hmm.
The point of the game is definitely not one of the central mysteries of Umineko that it invites you quite openly to solve. That would be ridiculous.
Just now, I heard the definition of a witch from Vergilia. By that definition, you, Beato, are not even a witch. You're an apprentice who's still in training, and who misunderstands her own power. This was supposed to be a fight between a witch and a human. If you aren't a witch, then you aren't qualified to be my opponent. Understand?
You say I am still only an apprentice. Then will I be accepted as your opponent once again? Can we resume this game?
Who knows? At the very least, it isn't now. When you fully understand what I've said and become a real witch, I'll probably accept you as my opponent in this game once more.
I can't understand it if you say it so abstractly like that.
So what Battler's saying, just to lay it out factually, I love how contradictory the nature of this game is. Battler's saying, when you become a real witch, then you can be my opponent again so I can prove that you're not a real witch.
Yep. Clearly tell me what I should do to earn your forgiveness.
I need like an itemized list.
No, I've said enough. You think about the rest. That's all I want to say. If you can't figure it out, try talking with Vergilia and Ronove. A brat like you should start off by listening to what the adults say. Vergilia, suspend the game for now. Now that Ronove has stepped down as a representative, all we can do is wait for Beato to gain the qualifications of a proper opponent.
Understood. Until Beato has been acknowledged as having earned these qualifications, the game will proceed without an opponent. Is that all right with you, Beato? I have no objections. I want time and a place where I can think at a leisurely pace. May I leave my seat for that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Well then, see you later.
Wait. Don't make that dejected face.
Sorry about that. Letting everything inside my heart show upon my face is part of my personality. I cannot deceive.
And maybe there's still some hope for you. Let me promise you one thing. In this game with you, I might win and I might lose. If you don't come back, it might be my victory by default. At that point, Battler stopped talking for a second. Then he spoke forcefully. However, I definitely won't be the one to step down. I definitely won't give you a victory by default. I'll keep on waiting here for you to sit there again as my worthy opponent. Battler-sama.
Thank you, Battler. I will definitely come back and be accepted by you.
After showing a hopeful smile for a very short while, Beado vanished. After seeing her expression as she left, Battler was absolutely convinced that her face could tell no lies. The 7 survivors returned to the guest house once again. By now, it was clear that those who went outside would not return alive. Rudolph's group had gone out with 2 guns and a master key, but those had been lost. It was already clear that those had been stolen by the culprit. Because the shutters were closed on the windows, they couldn't be opened even if the culprit had a master key. The front and back doors that led to the outside were all sealed by chains, and they were further blocked with sofas and tables. Even if the culprit decided to break in through violent means, it wouldn't be easy for them. At this point, the typhoon may actually be fortunate. If it were clear outside, it might have been possible for them to set fire to the guest house.
If there wasn't a typhoon in the first place, the boat would have arrived before noon. That's not much of a silver lining.
Eva-san, how do you feel? Please, try to take it easy.
Thank you. I still feel like I have a fever, but
Oh my
this
gosh,
is no time to
she said
complain
thank you
about.
to Natsuki.
Yeah, wait. An unmitigated thank you from Ava to Natsuki? Stop the presses. She really does have a fever.
Something is really wrong.
For the children's sake as well. This is no time to be bedridden.
After crying so much in front of Hideyoshi's corpse, Ava had felt a strong self-awareness of her position as a mother, and her expression conveyed a strong will. In actual fact, her fever still hadn't gone down, and she was aware of that. If she didn't keep a strong hold on herself, she felt as though the fever would make her mind hazy again. By this point, the first floor formed a final line of defense set up by Kraus, Natsuki, and Ava. The children and the guest, Nanjo, had been strongly warned not to go downstairs without taking great care. If the culprit used a ladder or something, it probably wouldn't be impossible for them to attack from the second floor. But it wouldn't be easy for them to break those sturdy shutters from such an insecure position. The second floor was relatively safe compared to the first. Battler and George had also wanted to remain on the first floor so that they could fight if the worst happened, but Ava had put a stop to that. In her mind, George was not the only member of her family. It seemed that she didn't even want to expose him to the danger of coming downstairs to the first floor. Kraus and Natsuki could understand that feeling. Also, a great deal of time had passed since the siege began. In the second-story cousin room, Battler, George, and Jessica sat dazed, and didn't even listen to the TV that had been left on. For a while, Nanjo had been with them and had tried to lend them words of encouragement, but when he realized that he might actually be having the opposite effect, he hid himself in his own room on the same second floor. George kept looking dazedly at the photographs inserted in his notebook. It was from the time he'd taken a vacation to Okinawa with Shannon. Shannon's happy smile was contained in those photos. George could remember the temperature and the humidity, the warmth and the strength of the wind, and even what he had been talking about with her at the time those photos had been taken. as clearly as though it had been as though it had been yesterday. So to George, they weren't simply photos, but a door to bring back warm memories. In this room, even though the sound of the typhoon and the TV should have entered George's hearing, it was the scenery of Okinawa that he had seen with her and her laughing voice that reached his eyes and his ears. George had strived to be reborn after meeting Shannon. He had sworn to separate himself from the timid person he had once been, easily caught up in the atmosphere, unable to refuse a request, and easily used by those around him. He had resolved himself to become a strong man who could make her life more joyous. Therefore, if he hadn't met Shannon, the man called Ushinomiya George would probably have lived a very different life. And the George of that different life surely wouldn't have been as excellent a man as he is now. The person I am now exists for Shannon's sake. Now that Shannon is gone, why do I exist? It's completely meaningless, isn't it? He felt a deep, deep sadness, as though he himself had become empty. I love how fucking crunchy the text on his shirt is.
Tomitake Flash.
Tomitake Flash.
Well, now you know about Tomitake now.
The deeper in Higurashi we get, the funnier it gets that they decided to dress him up as that man.
Yeah.
I will say. I mean, like, a baffling decision, but also just, like, all things considered, crazy. Crazy to put him in an outfit referencing that guy. That
Guys,
feeling...
remember when we were in episode 2 and suffering at the aquarium because those two were incredibly fucking cringe?
Remember when that was the most pain that Umineko had put us through, really?
Mm-hmm.
That feeling must have been tormenting him this whole time. However, until Battler mentioned it, he hadn't been aware of the feeling himself. He'd finally managed to remember that it should have been alright for him to cry much, much more. So he cried. Just like Battler had, he cried himself dry. By now, his eyes were bright red and swollen, and he couldn't cry anymore. So George did his best to change his way of thinking. He was not meaningless now, and he should be grateful to Shannon for giving him such a character. The dead don't come back to life. He would have to get over being separated from his most beloved person. If he were to chase after Shannon and kill himself, she would surely be deeply dejected. It works the other way around, too. If he had died and Shannon had chased after him, throwing away her own life, he wouldn't have been able to forgive himself. So, he chose to surpass his sadness and anger, and decided to thank her instead. After meeting Shannon, she made his days rich and full, and taught him the meaning of working hard for other people's sakes. As a result, she had shaped him into the kind of person he had wanted to be. He wanted to thank her for that. He tried to quell his sadness in this way, but each time he did, he remembered Shannon's smile. He understood it logically. He knew that grieving any more than this would only make her grieve in heaven, but that didn't bring a stop to his sadness. I like these little fades into color that they've been into this episode.
They learned a new action with Renpai.
Yeah,
That's not what they used.
they did not use Red Pie. This track hurts.
Yeah,
Is that far?
I think so. I'd have
Yeah.
to double check.
Why is it that when people die, it's so sad like this?
Oh, that was Battler, might be. Battler muttered. It was as though he was speaking on behalf of all humans. His question probably hadn't been directed at anyone, but Jessica answered.
It's always sad when you have to say goodbye. But when that person's older, there's some time. When you know beforehand that it's coming, sooner or later. That sadness gets spread out over a long period of time. Misfortune comes suddenly, it's said, because you don't even get that time.
I see. So if they get sick or something and end up bedridden in a hospital, you might be able to ready yourself for it bit by bit. But when it happens suddenly someday, you don't get that luxury.
The sadness that's usually spread out over several years closes in on you all at once. That's pretty tough. Maybe that's still Battler?
Sometimes it makes you feel a sadness so deep it can leave scars for life.
Oh no, that was definitely
That was
still
her.
Jessica.
Alright, whatever.
Sorry.
Nah, they've been hard on us this episode.
Yeah.
Scars for life, huh? Scars for life, huh?
My grandfather's occult hobby. People say that's what caused it. That Beatrice, his mistress, died a long time ago, and he was so sad that he couldn't pull himself together. Some people whisper that this is why he started sacrificing the rest of his life to occult research in order to revive the dead.
That's true. Grandfather succeeded in that miracle in his last moments. The culprit is the revived Beatrice, and Grandfather was reunited with her at the moment he was killed. Pretty ironic that he revived her and then got killed by her. Even so, Grandfather probably managed to meet her. He gambled half of his life, and even though it was only for a short time, he was reunited with the woman he wished to see once again. Well, how the fuck do you... How would you know? Then he got totally roasted, though. Goddamn, Battler. Feels like that result doesn't quite add up to the cost of researching for half his life. That's not true. Even if it was for only an instant. Grandfather must have been happy to be reunited with the woman he loved. And that would be true. Even if his crime of going against divine providence was punished by God, and his body was burnt and sent down to hell. Even if that reunion only lasted for a very short time, right?
George's son.
I wouldn't care if I met with the wrath of God and had my body burned. Even if it was just for a short amount of time. If I could revive Shannon again, I would sacrifice the rest of my life to the same research as Grandfather. I want to talk with Shannon again. Even if it's only for 5 minutes. Even 1 minute would be fine. In exchange, I wouldn't mind sacrificing the rest of my life. Alright. Aniki. When Battler and Jessica realized that their pointless discussion was causing George pain, they could do nothing more than shut their mouths. George directed his thoughts to Kinzo's life. He sacrificed his life to research that, He sacrificed half his life to research that which no one understood?
I assume though.
Imagine they meant.
And on the last day of his life, he revived the person he loved most, and probably succeeded in his reunion in his final moments. George didn't know how much time they'd had together. He didn't know if they'd been given an hour, or just 5 minutes. However, that moment must have been enough to reward him for all those months of research. Even though he spent dozens of years to achieve it, that small amount of time was probably more than worth it to him. Until today, I never believed in the occult or magic or anything. Somewhere in my heart, I even made fun of Grandfather's research, thinking of it as nothing more than a pastime. However, I won't make fun of it anymore. No, to the contrary, I'll believe strongly that it's real. If the power of belief can create miracles, I'll probably throw away all of my studies up until today, spending the rest of my life from today onward studying magic. Give me the power of magic, and give me a miracle that'll let me see Shannon again. Interestingly enough, we actually had a conversation all the way back in episode 1 in the study where George kind of expressed a similar empathy with the idea. Like, he said kind of back then, he's like, if I thought this shit would work, I would absolutely have done the same thing.
Mm-hmm. He said, like, I would become the next owner of this room.
Yeah. Sorry, you two. What am I talking about? If you could revive the dead with magic, people would probably be researching it everywhere around the world. But things like that don't exist in reality. No one researches it. That's because they know the dead can't be revived with magic. Sorry for saying something so weird. It's my fault that the atmosphere here has gotten so strange. Sorry for making you tiptoe around me, even though this is tough for us all. Even if I did it to divert myself from my sadness, maybe I did say something strange. If I keep talking about stuff that's so weird, I'm sure it won't do anything good for their sadness. But that doesn't mean I can bear this silence. I'll go downstairs and get another cup of coffee. Mom's very particular about how she likes hers. Does anyone else want a refill? Balor-kun and Jessica-chan lightly shook their heads. Without pressing them any further, I took my mug and left the room. The shutters were all closed in the hallway, so the corridor was very dim. I tried visiting Dr. Nanjo's room and asking if he wanted more coffee, but he said he didn't need any either. It seems my mother's orthodox method of making coffee isn't universally appreciated. One time I made some for Shannon, but she told me that while it was delicious, it was a little strong. Shannon. That's no good. Even though I left the room to change my mood, an image of Shannon's face filling my head hasn't faded in the slightest. I keep seeing those fun days with her, more and more vividly, and it's saddening that I never even got a chance to see her dead face. According to our parents, she was apparently killed with something like a gun or a spear. I'm sure they were just trying to console me, but they said her dead face had been very beautiful and peaceful. I wonder if she had the engagement ring I gave her last night on her finger. If she accepted my engagement, she should have had it on her ring finger of her left hand. Last night we were both on the edge of losing it and not calm at all. Shannon accepted my engagement pretty courageously, but she might have regretted that as a rash action once she cooled her head. She might have taken the ring off. Was this the episode where we didn't even really see the engagement? They just showed us a couple portraits and they were like, you get the idea.
Yeah.
I wonder if she has the ring on now. I want to be sure of at least that much. I want to know how she felt at the very end. But even if I do confirm that, it doesn't mean she'll come back. I wonder what will happen to her body. After the autopsy, it will probably be immediately cremated. Then, I'll never be able to see her face, even her dead face, for all eternity. As the shock of losing Shannon made me go a little crazy. I don't want her body to be burned. If she's burned and turned to ash, never again will it be possible for her to revive. They say cremation is frowned upon in Western tradition, because on the day of resurrection there would be no body to revive. Because of that, it seems that great criminals in Western history were often cremated after execution as a punishment, and their ashes were sometimes scattered in rivers and such.
I have no idea if that's true, because I've never heard that, certainly.
I haven't either, but it would be wild if true. Hi, Nine! George is handling Shannon's death super well.
You missed Envy Math.
I'm sorry to report that you did miss Envy Math. But you're just in time for George to have a certified normal one. In other words, to Western people, death is nothing more than a sleep until the resurrection. It is essential that the corpse is left after death. In other words, that's because Western people know of a miracle that can revive the dead.
Yeah, it's
Because-
called Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Because that miracle doesn't exist in Japan, we burn them. Now I understand. I understand why Grandfather idolized the Western occult. That was his only reason from the very beginning. Just to revive the person dear to him. Grandfather spent the rest of his remaining life researching the Western occult. The situation surrounding us now is abnormal. Grandfather did revive his beloved Beatrice. And that Beatrice has carried out a terrible serial murder, with linked closed rooms that force us to conclude that magic was used. The Golden Witch Beatrice. The incarnation of the miracle of the Western occult. And also, the culprit who killed Shannon. She's an entity I should hate, and yet, for some reason, I want to cling to her. I wonder
If Shannon could be revived with the magic of miracles, which grandfather bet his life on. According to the legend of the Ushiromiya family, grandfather met with her long ago and was given a vast quantity of gold. Then, if I also met with her, instead of gold, would she give me Shannon's life? As collateral, I don't care what sort of devil's contract she imposed. I wouldn't mind sacrificing all of my remaining life. George probably couldn't believe or realize that his voiceless wish was heard by the witch herself, who stood right behind him. Beatrice had been listening to that entire discussion between the children just now in the cousin room. Battler had told her that she didn't know the value of a human's life. And wanting to understand that in her own way, she had stealthily visited, listening in on their discussion.
That is your wish, you say? If I could grant that, would I be accepted as a witch?
Beto looked at the palms of both of her hands. She had handed over most of her once surging magical power when the new witch succeeded the name of the Endless Witch. Of course, her current power still made her worthy of being called a witch, but it could not begin to compare to her previous strength.
Even without the endless magic, I am a great witch whose name has been thundered for 1,000 years. Reviving the dead will be no trouble at all!
Inside her head, she thought about several magical steps she could take to revive the dead. Even magic that should have been easy in the past would be difficult with her current power. She thought of something, then clicked her tongue, then did so again, over and over. In the end, she finally thought of a single spell. But that was a spell that she couldn't use by herself. It was a spell that witches with weak power used, one that relied on the aid of others. In the past, Beto had looked down on that type of magic. Therefore, she frantically tried to search for any conceivable alternative, but in the end, she couldn't think of one and slumped over in self-derision. Then, careful not to surprise him, she softly called out. Softly, to George's heart. Maybe the real endless magic was the friends we made along the way.
Ushiremiya George, can you hear my voice?
I can hear you. Oh, what? Wait, we're in the meta world with him?
I think she's talking in his brain.
Okay. It's like they've used the meta filter.
Yeah, it does have the meta filter, but it's not kind of like how Ava has appeared in the meta world, kind of.
Oh, that's like when she's talking to like Avatrice. Mm-hmm. That's fair.
This is just a magical filter put over it.
Yeah. I can hear you. Who are you? Are you really the witch? Beatrice? She's using the morphic field. Oh, of course. That's right. Are you an illusion created by my sorrow?
If it's the former...
If it's the former, please hear my wish. And if it's the latter, just leave me alone. Their conversation in a mental world was a lot like having one in a dream. When you dream, haven't you ever had the experience of casually accepting something that would have been absurd in the real world? The conversation in this world was like that. So even though a witch had appeared and started talking to George, he was not surprised.
Indeed, I am the Golden Witch Beatrice. Normally, you and I would not be able to talk together in this manner. However, you are strongly conscious of me and wish to have a discussion. So both of our channels are able to match like this.
I don't care if the person who killed Shannon was you, or someone else using your name. As long as you exist as a real witch. I'll pay whatever cost you ask for. If you desire my life, take it right now. Please, I want you to bring Shannon back to life. If that's impossible, I'd be satisfied if you just let me talk to her for a short while. Please.
I ask for nothing in return. I shall grant that wish.
Really? Really? You'll revive Shannon?
Indeed. However, my current magical power is not sufficient to use magic of resurrection. Therefore, I must rely on your help.
If there's anything I can do, I'll do it. Even if that means taking my heart out right here and now, I will not hesitate.
I told you, I don't need anything like that.
What the fuck would I do with your heart?
I will chant the magic. Then a gap will open in the door to the land of the dead. But as I am now, I do not have the power to bring Shannon's soul up through the gap. However, you have strong feelings for Shannon. And those feelings will surely become magic that can bring her soul out without fail. What do you say? Will you help me?
I will. Shannon's life will be restored. There's nothing I'm afraid to lose. George's fists shook in silence. Then, he slowly came to his senses. He had been absent-mindedly standing near the window in the hall that whole time, his mug still in his hand. And the witch from his dream was still there. What the... It isn't a dream.
Be quiet. I'm very fragile right now. If any more humans appear, I will not be able to preserve this form. I shall grant your wish, so stay silent for now. Understand?
George covered his mouth with both hands, nodding enthusiastically several times. In that instant, he almost dropped the mug he was holding. George frantically juggled it around and caught it. He was afraid that if it fell to the floor and made a loud sound, the witch's form might disappear like a bubble popping. He softly set the mug on the floor and stared at the witch in front of him again. Her form didn't disappear. It wasn't a dream.
Come, let us go to the parlor where Shannon sleeps. The power of your feelings, you will bring her back her soul.
You say go, but how? My mother and the rest are downstairs. There's no way they'd let us go outside. And didn't you just say that you wouldn't be able to preserve your form if another human appeared?
Come to think of it, that is true. So Cross and the rest are downstairs. In that case, we definitely cannot go down. Well then, we just need to go to the mansion without going down to the first floor, right? It's simple.
Beto laughed as though she had thought of a pleasant prank. And with her golden pipe, she lightly tapped a window with its shutter closed. When she did, 3 gold butterflies appeared from the pipe and opened the lock on the window as though melting it. Then, the window opened without a sound. The shutter beyond it was exactly the same. The clasp unset itself, also without making a sound, and it quietly opened. The window opened, exposing the wind and rain outside the mansion. Perhaps because of the direction or something related to the construction of the building, the wind did not blow inside. Because of that, for a while, George felt as though this entrance that opened to the outside was a dream or an illusion, and he couldn't accept it as real.
Come, let us go. Come with me.
Beto gently floated upwards. It was a natural action, like that of a diver enjoying an underwater stroll. It made it easy to believe that if you acted like she did, you too might be able to float in the sky just as though you were swimming through the water. No, George did believe that. So without thinking, just as she had done, he also, gently, as though swimming in the water, lifted his feet.
Not bad. So you learned how to dance in the sky faster than I could explain it.
George was shocked to find himself floating in midair like he was swimming. Of course, Beto was also shocked that George, who shouldn't have been able to use magic, had figured out how to do that just by instinct. To be able to fly in the air. To swim in the air.
You mustn't be bound by reason. Accept it as a natural thing. You mustn't fall back to your human doctrines, such as those of Newton and Einstein. Especially when flying high in the sky. Inexperienced witches sometimes plummet to the earth.
Aha. I accept things for what they appear to be. I accept things for what they appear to be. George repeated those words over and over. He must not deny magic, no matter what. Denying that would be like throwing away what might be his first and last chance to revive Shannon. However, compared to Beato, who was elegantly drifting like smoke, George's movements clearly resembled someone underwater. Therefore, if he didn't act like he was kicking his feet in water every once in a while, he'd be caught by the force of gravity bit by bit.
I must say, you're doing better than when I first danced with this guy. Here we go. Come with me.
When Beato beckoned to George, she gently flew into the stormy sky. It was just like a scene from a fairy tale. The scene unfolding before George's eyes felt entirely like an extension of his dream. I ate shit like 80 times, yeah. Being able to fly is incredible.
I fell down on my face so many times I couldn't even count it.
So is the wind and the rain.
What's this? Are the wind and the rain tormenting you? I could teach you magic to block against that. But it may be a bit too early for you, and it might be a misuse of time right now.
Yes. The magic I need isn't that. George wore a strong-willed gaze, refusing to let the wind and rain get to him.
The mansion is coming into sight. Hold out just a little longer. If you fall now, you'll hit the bushes in the rose garden.
The undulating rose garden was spread beneath the witch and George's gazes. The illusion-like scene no longer surprised George. Only the gradually approaching mansion was reflected in his eyes. Shannon, wait for me. I will definitely revive you. At that time, the cruel new witch could be seen staring at the guest house from a different location.
Now all that's left is the 7th and 8th Twilights. Just 2 more and my obligation to that old hag predecessor is finished. I'll kill Kraus and Natsuhi. Let them die together like the good couple they are.
Where's the target, yeah?
In the lobby on the first floor of the guest house, 2 targets in Oshinomiya Eva identified. Measuring anti-magic power levels. Data link to 410.
410 data received. Anti-magic levels are extremely low. If Ava just goes outside, they're tuna and abalone on the chopping board.
What do you think, Great Lady Beatrice? When you give the order, we shall snipe right away. Please, your orders.
You guys really are convenient furniture. Not at all like that old secondhand furniture that's only useful for gouging corpses. Right? Chester sisters, please show me your skill once more. Prepare to fire. And carry out the corpses again, got it? 'Cause I'll play with them a lot. No complaints from you, right, Ronave?
Correct. As you command. At that moment, the witch noticed something. It was as though some presence had disappeared. Was it her imagination?
Was it someone's presence just now? Did anyone feel it?
My apologies, I haven't noticed anything, so please forgive me.
We are in the middle of observing the guest house, so our peripheral surveillance was a little off.
Was set to off.
Was set to off. What about you, Lucifer John? Did you feel any presence?
For just an instant, Lucifer glanced at Ronave, asking whether she should answer honestly or not. Ronave gave a small nod in response. No. My apologies, Beatrice-sama. We noticed nothing. Forgive us the stupidity of us second-hand furniture.
Or she's like, oh, you're lying your ass off.
I see. If a great demon like you says that, then it must have been my imagination.
The witch persistently stared in the direction the presence had disappeared to. That was where the rose garden lay. And beyond that, she could see the mansion's dark silhouette created by lightning. Ava knows lies. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It took quite some time before she pushed her unsatisfied feelings aside, and once again faced the guest house. Well, 5:44,
Something like
I
that.
think. Very specific time.
Yeah, weird.
The guest house lobby was wrapped in silence. The strings of tension binding Kraus, Natsuki, and Eva had already loosened, and they were completely worn out with their minds beginning to waver. Every once in a while, they would stand up and walk around pointlessly as though fighting their drowsiness.
Are you okay, Eva-san? Please do take it easy and rest.
I told you I'm fine. The three of us are now the only adults. There's no time to rest. No matter what the cost, we must guard this place until the end.
She spoke bravely, but she couldn't hide her rough breathing. It seemed that the fever, which had been calmed with medicine for a short time, had returned. It was very obvious that Ava's health was not good. Take it easy. At least close your eyes. If something happens that you need to be awake for, we will definitely wake you.
I'm telling you I'm fine. Leave me alone.
It seemed she was already unwilling to budge. Kraus and Natsuki realized that even if they talked to her anymore when she was like this, it wouldn't reach her ears. So, without saying anything more, they decided to let her be. To Ava right now, even having an argument like that would be burdensome. But this is a golf club rack. That's what that is in the background.
Oh,
I've been trying to parse this image.
Oh, yeah, that is.
Yeah, Kinzo would be into golf. To
Kraus
Ava-
would be into golf. I
Kraus-
don't think Kinzo gives a shit.
Kraus formerly might have been into golf.
I think
Or
Kraus
Kinzo might have formerly been into golf. Kraus is more into it now.
Kraus is into golf for clout. He's terrible at playing it.
Yeah. That's true, because Kraus built the guest house, so this would be more his thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That checks out.
I think if you asked Kinzo to play golf, he'd be like, that's a waste of time!
Yeah.
He only likes obscure sports, I feel like.
Battler did want that golf course, that's true. To Ava right now, even having an argument like that would be burdensome. It would probably be better for her body if she just sat there with her mouth closed. In truth, Ava was just a step away from being beaten down by drowsiness. Perhaps she shot back at them with a temper because she was trying to rouse herself and throw off her sleepiness. The clock would be pointing to 6 in the afternoon very soon. She'd had several snacks to distract herself from her drowsiness, so she didn't feel hungry. But now her lack of sleep made it feel like it was 6 in the morning, not the afternoon. Even supposing that the boat came at precisely 9 in the morning tomorrow, they still had more than 12 full hours to go. It was an overwhelmingly long stretch of time. Long. Painful. Hot. Even the sound of the clock torments my body now. Who is this?
Ava.
Oh! Yeah, that's right.
Even the sound of the clock torments my body now. In times like this, when that person puts his hand on my forehead, the fever fades at once. But that person no longer exists.
As Ava's mind grew foggy, she was once again gripped by a deep sadness. She had already cried herself dry. Even so, the sadness of losing her beloved husband had not been exhausted.
What's wrong?
What do you mean?
The new witch and Ava were fundamentally the same being. If Ava talked to her, she would always respond.
I thought that if I could gain the position of the Yoshinomiya family head, that alone would be enough. But then, as soon as I saw that mountain of gold, my greed grew. I was struck by a desire to have that mountain all to myself.
That's nothing to be ashamed of. After all, it's your natural right as the Yoshinomiya family head. How could you give up even a bit of it to anyone else?
I was gripped by that temptation. Which is why you were born. Well, you are a young girl version of me. At the same time, you are also my self-centered, evil heart. Because of my foolish greed sprouted by that mountain of gold. The shell of the egg that is my heart cracked, and you were born into this world. I am responsible for your birth.
In that case, when I killed Rosa and Maria, and then Rudolph, Kiria, and Hideyoshi, you were responsible for that, too.
Why did you kill my husband, too? Why? Ugh.
I didn't want to kill Hideyoshi. He was just so annoying and persistent. And that's your fault. It's your fault for choosing a husband like that.
A child like you cannot understand what made that man so wonderful. Oh, dear. Ugh.
What the heck? Our dreams were made real with magic, right? We solved the riddle of the epitaph, then we found the gold and got the head's ring. All of our dreams came fully true, right? What more could you want?
Those weren't all of my dreams. What about living a wonderful life with that person and giving George an excellent life? I still have many dreams that haven't come true. As a wife, as a mother. And yet...
Those are just extra dreams you added after becoming an adult. They aren't my dreams.
That's because you're a child. Do you only care about what's best for yourself? That's right. Everything is my fault. Back then, why did I resist doing what Rosa told me to? Why couldn't I announce to all of the siblings that I'd found the gold? It's all because I'm so hideous. My evil heart, which sprouted from my desire to have all that gold for myself, caused you to hatch.
Looks like you really hate me. Even though we're both Ushiramiya Eva.
Are you just saying that I'm not a Shiramiya Eva girl?
Don't even worry about it.
No, that isn't true anymore. And it was you who said it. I am Ushiramiya Eva, and you are the Golden Witch Beatrice. So just disappear. Witches are imaginary illusions that only exist in fairy tales. Things like you should just disappear. Never appear in front of me again.
Yeah, you're right. I understand. I'll disappear from in front of you. And I am no longer Ushiramiya Eva. From now on, I'm the Golden Witch Beatrice. So now I can play however I want. I don't even care about you. If only you just give up and die.
After having a very childlike tantrum, the witch who had once been another Ava vanished. Only Ava was left behind in the darkness. And she questioned herself.
Me? I killed them. Did I kill that person? Did I kill him?
She could no longer answer that question herself. I'm not coughing, I'm sorry. There we go. It seemed that, half asleep, she had gotten some saliva caught in her windpipe just as she was dozing off. Ava suddenly started coughing. You okay, Ava? Please, Natsuhi, some water.
Yes.
I'm fine, okay? I just choked a bit.
Ava pushed away Natsuhi's hand as she tried to rub her back, and unsteadily rose to her feet.
I'm going to go wash my face. Sorry, I fell asleep. When I get back, I'll make some more coffee. Extra strong so that I won't get drowsy until tomorrow morning.
Yes, please do. Your coffee's more to my taste than what Goda makes.
I'm glad to hear it, even if it's flattery. I'll be back soon.
Ava exited the lobby, heading for the bathroom. Impressive Natsuhi watched over her frail back.
So you sometimes do show concern for Eva-san, even though you've always been so much at odds with her.
Isn't this how an older brother is supposed to be?
Yes, I believe you're right.
It isn't just Ava. There's Rudolph and Rosa, too.
Instead of acting like an older brother to them, all I ever did was speak arrogantly and bully them.
Oh, now you're showing regret?
Yeah, what the fuck, man? It's a little bit late. In my own way, I was frantic in my desire to be like father. But I could never match up, and I always vented my feelings on them. But that is no excuse. I probably gave Ava scars so deep that they still have not healed. I regret it, but even if I apologized after all this time, it would do nothing to heal those wounds. Everyone is capable of self-reflection. I hate this game. Yeah, that's the feeling. That's the feeling.
If you can hold on to that feeling instead of only letting it last for this moment, I'm sure your siblings will come to see it sooner or later. Sibling.
Not
Singular.
Sahi.
Singular.
Not Sahi. He doesn't have a plural number of siblings anymore. Yeah, okay, yeah. Though by now, Ava's the only sibling I have left.
If only you and your siblings hadn't been born into the Yoshimiya family, you might have had a more normal, a more fun sibling relationship.
You mustn't say that. Ava will probably continue to hate me for her whole life. And she has a right to. I intend to resign myself to that fact and accept it.
Dear,
Ava, I'm sorry. Of course, you don't have to forgive me.
Of course I wouldn't forgive you. What are you talking about after all this time?
Oh, so now you're feeling guilty? If only you just give up and die right now. To it, Chester sisters.
Before 5, firing permission received. Reconfirming firing arc, correcting for weather discrepancies. Data link to 410.
Or 10, data received, firing permission confirmed. Firing!
Together, the sisters released the magical bowstring they had readied. A beautiful tail trailed behind the gold arrow, and it drew a lovely curve as it flew. It was just like a gold snake. It skillfully avoided a grove of trees and flew towards the front door of the guest house. Then it flew into the keyhole of the door and snuck into the guest house without any problem at all. The gold snake raced down the hall smoothly, yet as fast as an arrow. Right before it was the door to the lobby. When it flew into the keyhole, Kraus and Natsuhi were all ready. For an instant, Kraus thought he saw a gold-colored sparkle in the keyhole on the door. However, at the same time as he strained his eyes to see what it was, that sparkle bent like a whip and attacked, wrapping itself around Kraus's neck. Just looking at it, the gold snake seemed very supple. However, it was as though a wire had tightened around Kraus's neck. And while that snake choked Kraus, it extended even more and also tightened around Natsuhi's neck. Without even a chance to scream, their eyes bulged as they went into convulsions and then collapsed.
For 5, hit and kill confirmed. Formulating towing curve, revising capture points. Data link to 410.
For 10, data received. Initiating corpse towing. We got both of them.
The gold snake began to drag Kraus and Natsuhi's bodies back. They slipped through the door to the corridor, dragging the bodies, gradually increasing in speed, and rapidly pulled them outside the guest house. So, the lobby was silent, as though nothing had happened. As though Kraus and Natsuhi had not been there since the beginning. Only the sound of the wind and the rain remained, as if they were playing dumb and pretending to be the only ones there.
Sorry, I'm fine now. I'll go make some coffee.
Ava returned from the bathroom. But no one was in the lobby. Even though they had supposedly been in that sofa until the moment she had choked and gone to the bathroom. They were gone, as if they'd been an illusion from the very beginning.
How careless of them. Where did those two go off to together?
Ava put her hand on the sofa as though acting out a scene from a detective novel. She felt a warmth that meant they'd been sitting there until a short while ago. Maybe they went to do the rounds or something. For the time being, Ava sat down and waited for their return. Nanjo, Ava, George, Jessica, and Battler are the only ones left. And that's a final 5, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Beto
Well,
and George.
We know just because they have a final 5 doesn't mean there's gonna be 5 people who make it to the end.
Well, yes, but
Nazi
it's...
didn't make it to the end of the first one.
I mean, no, that's very true, but it's just, we have all... That's the end of the Epitaph killings.
Oh, yeah, right.
Because the Epitaph killings leave 5, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Beto and George could be seen in the parlor of the mansion. Maybe Shannon soon, that's true, depending how this goes.
She's back!
George was kneeling near Shannon's body as though praying. His face was serious, and there was even sweat on his forehead. However, Beto was the same. Now that she had handed her name over, most of her previous power had been lost. Of course, she still had more than enough power to be called a witch, but compared to the past, it was a very faint thing.
Good. Don't talk to her. Don't touch her with your hand. Call to her with the voice of your heart, and seek her with the hand of your heart. Only your strong feelings can make my magic reach Shannon's lost soul.
George kept praying earnestly and silently. He kept frantically yelling inside his heart, trying to call back the soul of the person he loved. He strongly envisioned his soul leaving his body, and searching for her as she wandered through the land of the dead. Beto turned that strong force into magical power that supplemented her own magic. This was magic that, in the past, she could have performed easily without anyone's help. But now, if she didn't rely on someone's assistance, she wouldn't be able to finish the chant, much less succeed.
I'd forgotten for several centuries. Was magic, this resurrection, always this difficult?
Beato was wearing an even more strained expression than George. It had slipped her mind, but originally the magic to revive a life was the ultimate hidden art. The abnormal thing was her previous magical power, which could be used over and over with a snap of her fingers. So, the heavy burden on her body and mind was, fundamentally speaking, extremely natural.
However, this man's power, even though he doesn't know magic, it's nothing to be laughed at. I see, so he truly is Kinzo's grandchild.
The strong energy pouring from George was large enough to act as magical power. At first, Beato thought it must be the blood of Kinzo, the sorcerer. However, that probably wasn't it. She had a feeling that Battler had already told her what it was. It had been born from the power of George's sadness at the death of the person he loved, and from the way he had tried his hardest throughout his life, from the warm time spent together with Shannon, to the size of the dream they swore to protect in the future. Is it really possible for humans to take life so seriously, even though they only have a single one? It was only natural. To her, a life didn't mean anything more than the difference between the top and bottom of an Othello piece. If the black represented death, then she thought all you had to do was flip it over again and make it white. However, it was just like that broken vase. To humans in a world without magic, where they cannot return things to their original form, it is very, very natural for them to bet their life and soul.
So, is an endless witch who can do as she pleases even with life and death. Inferior to a limited human who can't even surpass the mountain of death.
This time the witch acknowledged it. He was able to hold a magical power that could never reside in witches who didn't understand the value of a life. Why does this thing called the endless magic exist?
Even though I called myself the Endless Witch, did I forget what the endless magic means for 1,000 years?
She looked at George's expression again. His surging earnestness was like a lightning bolt. Right now, even if George's body had been burned or smashed by a waterfall, he would probably continue to pray for his beloved without minding it, without noticing it. For the first time, she showed respect for that power. So in that instant, all magical resistance was lost, and the enormous power of George's feelings turned into magical energy in its complete form.
The vase is very beautiful, rich with history and value. Even as young as I was, it still forced me to take a deep breath when I witnessed its beauty. That just made me want to touch it more. But the vase easily fell and smashed into pieces, like a bubble that had popped. It felt as though the time it possessed a form had just been illusion. Lives are just as fragile, just that easily lost. I realized that my foolish curiosity had led to something that couldn't be undone. No matter how much I regretted it, no matter how much I apologized, the smashed vase would return back to its original form. A lost life will not return to normal no matter what happens. I was frightened that, even though my actions had been thoughtless and careless, they had stolen away a life that could not have been revived again. Then I pitied that lost life and cried. I was frightened of myself, the one responsible for its loss, and cried even more. I'm sure Grandfather will also cry at the loss of his precious vase. I'm sure that all of the people who loved Grandfather and see him like that will cry. With the loss of a single life, the whole world can be filled with so much sadness. I cried even more at how terrible that was. Beatrice appeared and spoke. Then, milady, let us revive that vase with magic. If that will make everyone happy, the vase and the magic and the spirits will happily lend you their power and return it to its original form. Come, milady, close your eyes and chant with me. Come, try closing your eyes, and try to remember, what form did you have? It was surely a very, very beautiful form. Please, show me that form one more time.
Those words of power knocked forcefully on the door to the land of the dead. The magic of her old self had performed that same forceful knock. However, doing it that way was horribly violent and earned the displeasure of the peacefully sleeping dead. But this time was different. It was very forceful, and yet gentle and loving. The dead near the door opened their eyes, and called out to the others that there was a voice calling for someone to come back. The sadness of that voice calling from the outside touched the hearts of the dead, and, trying to respond as quickly as possible, they searched for Shannon's lost soul. And then, they found it. They found the casket in which Shannon was peacefully sleeping. It truly was Shannon's soul, sleeping in the land of the dead. Inside the casket that was covered with rose flowers frozen with frost, she was sleeping in peace. The dead silently lifted that casket up. While at a glance it looked like a funeral march, it had the complete opposite meaning. It was solemn, but filled with joy. The long-forgotten dead were made to remember that they were loved after their deaths, and they were all given a warm sense of peace. Then, as though guided by a warm light from the heavens, Shannon's body floated up out of the casket. The dead watched her go. They squinted at that warm light, offering their respects to this unknown member of the living, who had not lost his love for a person even after their death. Shannon's body was enveloped in the light from the heavens and began to disappear. In the jet-black darkness of the land of the dead, the faint flickering of gold butterflies could be seen. It reminded them of the gentle stars in the night sky, which they had long forgotten. George remembered being told that he must not say anything, and he hurriedly covered his mouth. However, it felt like his heart was trying to jump into his throat, because he had seen Shannon's eyelids shake slightly. Then, those eyelids slowly opened. Shannon's eyes were there, but they were still wrapped in the fog of the land of the dead. However, the human world's warmth, no, her lover's warmth, which had called back her soul, slowly dissolved that fog, and her eyes gradually regained their sparkle. Then, her eyes moved and recognized George.
George-san?
As her lips shook weakly, Shannon definitely said that. The words were very faint. So much so that they normally wouldn't have reached his ears. However, George clearly heard them. He heard the person he cared for, his fiancée, the one he loved most and who should have been dead, call his name once again. Shannon. Shannon, do you know who I am?
George-san? Is this a dream?
No. This isn't a dream. Come on, see here. Even if I pinch you, you won't wake up. As George said that, he softly pinched Shannon's cheek. It was how George had always responded in the past, when Shannon had been surprised by something and had asked if she was dreaming. When Shannon felt the warm touch of George's finger on her cheek, and when George realized that the warmth of the living had already returned to his beloved person's cheek, they both cried. What words should a pair of lovers separated by death celebrate with when they are reunited? The words of the human world are not enough. In short, they had no need of the words of this world. George simply hugged Shannon, who was sitting up, without talking. Shannon's strength was still feeble, and putting her arms around George's back took all she had, so George hugged her tightly to make up for that. To stop each other from going once more to a place the other's hand couldn't reach. They hugged each other so tightly, and yet so gently. As Shannon's fingers curled around George's back, on her ring finger the engagement ring George had given her definitely shone. That strong glint certainly wasn't just the sparkle of diamond. There definitely was a magical power that only the two lovers could possibly feel. It was because that strong light existed that they had been able to find her casket in the land of the dead. Beato understood. That ring, no. The feelings of the pair, embodied in that ring, were a miracle made real. In that moment, George definitely used magic. Beato had done nothing more than help him along. That magic had a power that could only reside in those who knew the importance of life, who knew what it meant to try with all one's might. It was the power of a miracle, one that the Endless Witch couldn't possibly know of. A miracle that only the power of the finite could give rise to. By now, she had no choice but to accept it. She had to accept that true magic, true magical power, exists in the place furthest away from she who called herself a great witch.
Beatrice-sama?
She brought you back to life. Thank you, Beatrice.
No, I did nothing. And what revived Shannon was your magical power.
She's in physical pain admitting that somebody
I
else
am
did
in
something.
so much pain! It was your magic. The Ushirmia blood, which makes miracles come true, surely saw you through.
George-san revived me?
Indeed. It was an incredible display of magical power, one that I could not hope to compete with. So I'm still nothing more than an apprentice. Now I finally know my place.
Beato staggered backwards. Her physical strength was clearly exhausted.
I am in so much pain.
She had humbly
Does
said...
anyone have ibuprofen? The most powerful elixir.
Yeah. It's whatever the opposite of the anti-magic toxin is.
Yeah, ibuprofen, well known for restoring magical power.
That's true.
That's why it's so good.
Yeah.
That's also why it damages your liver if you take too much.
Yeah.
Magic does that to you.
Yeah, too much magic will damage your liver.
Cecil, for the love of God.
And give you tummy aches as well.
Mm-hmm.
She had humbly said that George's power alone had revived Shannon, but Beato had also used all of her magical and physical strength. Cecil, you actually don't have to destroy this box if you like it so much. You can just sit in it and enjoy it, and you don't have to claw it to pieces. Did you know?
No.
And she reflected upon how difficult it was to revive a single life, Something she'd been able to play around with however she wanted to in the past. The couple kept on embracing each other tightly. By doing that, those feelings that couldn't be communicated with a billion words were shared. Well, that makes sense given spirit sense, yeah, that too much magic will damage your liver.
Mm-hmm.
Too many Moscow
Mules.
mules. Yeah.
Martini Man George.
Martini Man George over here. There's a lot you could say about Paranormicide and Umineko. There's a lot you could say about those two things in conjunction. They are compatible ass stories, that's for sure.
Do we think that's George? Probably?
Yeah, I'll go with George.
Thank you, Beatrice. We're in your debt. Oh yeah, because she would say Beatrice-sama.
Thank you very much, Beatrice-sama.
Case in point.
I'll never forget.
Haha.
I'll never forget the debt I owe you for bringing me to George again.
Stop that! Stop that! Being thanked by a pair of lovers is far too embarrassing for one who has been feared as a monster of a person. Don't worry about me. Celebrate your reunion together, to the fullest.
Beiro, who was leaning with her back against the wall, slid down the wall and sat. How many centuries had it been since she last grew this tired from using magic? I probably haven't been... Oh. Beiro.
I probably haven't been this tired since the time I first succeeded in magic. Didn't teacher praise me that time? Oh, but didn't I kill that same teacher who praised me?
Yeah, you
That might have been a
super
bit of a
did.
blunder.
Bit of an oopsie.
Now there's no one left to praise me. Don't be so naive, Beatrice. Isn't that what killing means? Finally. It seems you finally remembered how to use magic. My head feels parched and suffocated, and I can't even remember. More importantly, didn't I kill you? You shouldn't be appearing. You are still allowing me to live even now. That is why I can appear like this. However, I did not come just to pat your head, but I will still do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say just? So you are patting her head.
Did you come to sneer at how pathetic I am? Anyway, if I have my head patted by a retired witch, all that's happened, the other witches will laugh at me. That's right. According to your bragging, you are not only a full adult, but a retired one.
Burncastle, I imagine, would find it especially funny.
Yeah. Yet only now have you learned how to use magic. That certainly does sound too embarrassing to tell anyone. Yeah, tell me about it. Keep it a secret, okay, teacher?
Beiro gazed at the couple hugging each other with a sense of pleasant despondency.
I love how they use wildly contradictory phrases like that, like pleasant despondency.
Love, is it? I'm no match.
God, I love this song though.
4-5 data received. Firing preparations concluded. Ammo type selected and loaded.
410 firing.
The gold snake arrow fired by the Shiesters weaved its way through the bushes in the rose garden, weaved its way through the hedges. I'm fucking reading that. Can you stop flashing? And climbed the stone steps towards the mansion's entrance, aiming for the keyhole. It weaved through the corridors and flew into the keyhole on the door to the parlor. It happened in an instant. One could hardly blame Beiro, who was completely worn out, for not noticing it beforehand.
Rikishi loves to hit you right where it hurts. He really does.
Right before Beiro's eyes, the gold snake flew in through the keyhole, surrounded the two lovers, and pierced the two hearts in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, the gold snake faithfully pierced a hole through Shannon's chest once more. The two hearts were pierced by that gold snake. No, by that gold sewing thread of the new brutal witch's furniture. and it had happened in an instant, mocking the amount of effort it had taken to revive Shannon. Before Beato's shocked eyes, the two fell over and landed on the floor.
George! Shannon!
Thank you, Beatrice, for letting us meet, even just for a short while. Thank you.
George spent his last breath thanking Beato, and died alongside the one he loved. The gold snake, which still sewed the two in place, spun like a large cyclone, revolving around the inside of the parlor. It was searching for further prey in that room. Then, the tip of the snake met Beato's gaze. In that instant, Beato was prepared to die. At that moment, Virgilia stood in front of her, the fingers of both her hands drawing a seal. Instantly, gold-colored gold leaf buried the inside of the parlor. It was like a blizzard of gold. Gold-colored gold leaf. I would guess. I would imagine.
Wait, go back. Let me read that again.
Gold-colored gold leaf.
Yeah,
It often is.
I sure hope so. Beato, run while you can!
Beatrice doesn't realize that her cruelty can't take everything coping right now.
No one can escape from the Chester's gold bow.
Floor 10, target lost! Yeah, it's a magical chief!
4-5, roger that. Modifying search algorithm, switching to anti-personnel image-based tracking. Target lock required. Data link to 410.
Floor 10, data received. Too slow, predecessor Soma. Coming. Impact!
Prey targeted by the Chester sisters' golden bow did not escape. It could not be blocked. No magical barrier could even dream of blocking it without being multi-layered. The gap opened during that instant of confusion caused by Virgilia's deception magic was Beato's only chance to escape. And it was the only chance to make the sisters confuse Virgilia for Beato. As Virgilia spread her arms wide, blocking the way to her beloved disciple, the gold snake pierced straight through her heart. After sneaking in through the keyhole, the snake shot through George, Shannon, and then Virgilia in an instant, completely failing to notice Beato as she used that instant to escape. As soon as Virgilia saw that Beato had gotten away, she died. The strength left her body, and like gold dust drifting with the wind, her form was erased. Beato completely erased all traces of her magical power, became gold butterflies, and passed through the wall, escaping to the wind and rain outside.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! You bitch! You bitch!
Beato felt regret from the bottom of her heart. Why? Because she had been attacked by the new witch? Probably not. Of course she hated losing her teacher. And even more importantly, Beato was enraged at the barbarism that had boorishly stolen away the reunion between two lovers. Beato had poured out almost all of her magical power to reunite them. Even though the result had been a miracle, the time it took to steal that away had been so ridiculously short. Beato trembled at the barbarous cruelty that had brought about such an abrupt end. Besides, this was the true form of the acts she herself had committed up until that point. So, just as strongly as Beato hated the new witch, she also looked at her previous self with disgust. But now, she had to escape. If she was targeted next, she would probably lose her life. To think that a chess player had descended thinking they were like a god, only to be attacked by the pieces.
Four 5, impact confirmed. Target scattered. Without a doubt, we crushed the predecessor Sama.
Looks like our pile of kill medals is gonna get bigger again.
What was that about loving couples? You get to enjoy tearing the two apart by death, reuniting them, and then tearing them apart again, right? And along with that, I get to say goodbye to that damn fussy old hag. Ronave, you don't have any complaints, right?
I do not, Beatrice-sama.
That person interfered with the ceremony of the witch's epitaph, you see. She revived a sacrifice from the first twilight without permission, obstructing my ceremony. She's got no right at all to complain. But it sucks that she didn't leave a corpse behind. And I thought I'd be able to torture that old hag to death over and over again endlessly.
I can't do any more laughs. I've done my last Avatress laugh for the night. I have there's a maximum amount, and I have passed it.
I miss getting to do evil laughs. I
Yeah.
haven't gotten to do an evil laugh all episode.
Yeah, Beato's been too gap moe for that.
Yeah.
Grace, I believe that about you.
George did. No, I didn't see him. When did he come down?
When, you say? What hour was that again?
I think it was probably around 4 or 5. At the very least, it was more than an hour ago.
I got sleepy and probably dozed off after that. I think it's probably like Jessica says. About 1 or 2 hours ago?
I also remember something from around that time. I was asked if I wanted more coffee.
So it's like hard to believe it happened. Apparently when Aunt Ava had left for a second to wash her hands, Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuki had disappeared. There's no way they went hiding somewhere. Of course the doors and windows had all been rigorously checked and all were locked from the inside. Not one of them was broken. And that wasn't just true for the first floor. The second floor was the same. Again, all the doors and windows had locks built in a way that made it impossible to lock them from the outside. In other words, there was no way that Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuki had gone outside. And yet, they couldn't be found. Furthermore, they weren't the only ones who had disappeared. So had George Aniki of all people. George Aniki had left saying he was going to get some more coffee, and had gone downstairs more than an hour earlier. We'd assumed that he was having a conversation with Aunt Ava and the rest, but Aunt Ava, who had been in the lobby the whole time, said that no one had come down. Since all the doors and windows were locked from the inside, it was unthinkable that they had gone outside. However, 3 humans had evaporated from this barricaded guest house, which had become a perfect closed room. In a situation like this, we couldn't imagine that this was because they were playing hide-and-seek and trying to scare us with a prank. It was probably reasonable to assume that they'd been caught up in this crime. When Aunt Ava had learned that her only son was missing, she had gone half insane, running from room to room and yelling his name. I believe that when they say all the windows, they mean all the windows.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is true. I think that they're saying the doors and windows in this place, they have checked all of them in the guest house, and there is no getting in or out. They were all sealed. When Aunt Ava had learned that her only son was missing, she had gone half insane, running from room to room and yelling his name. And Jessica, who had suddenly lost both of her parents, had chased after her. Cries of, "George! George!" and
Mom and Dad!
had continued to echo through the guest house for some time. I think George said something about wanting to see Shannon's dead face. It would be reasonable to assume that he snuck out of the guest house and went to the mansion. But I didn't have a clue about Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuki. Did they see him leave, and then go to the mansion to search for him? Without even telling Aunt Ava? At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we start planning to leave the guest house to go search for them. When that time comes, I'll agree. We'd thought staying holed up in the guest house would be safe, which was why our big happy group of 12 people locked themselves up here this morning. And yet, now there's only 4 of us left. That means staying here is no guarantee of safety. However, there's one thing we can't afford to forget. All the doors and windows were locked from the inside. This is a closed room. How did they manage to vanish from this place?
We searched around thoroughly. However, we couldn't find any traces of someone hiding. The three of them had almost certainly been taken outside the guest house.
I wonder how it was done. You don't think there might be something like a hidden door?
A hidden door?
The doors and the windows were built in a way that makes them impossible to lock from the outside. Even using a fish line, it would probably be impossible the way they're constructed. So it may be reasonable to assume that they left via something other than a door or a window.
You're right. That does make logical sense. No one can be sure that no hidden doors exist. However, before leaping to that conclusion, I suspect a much simpler possibility.
And what would that be?
For some time, Badler had been opening windows, opening shutters, and checking outside. Repeating this for each window. This window's pretty quiet. I see, unlike the other windows, because of how the building's shaped, the wind doesn't blow into this one.
It appears that way. It feels strange that no wind or rain comes in even though there is so much of it outside.
Dr. Nanjo, when I opened the window just now, did you hear a sound?
No, I did not notice it. I believe it was well oiled.
In other words, it's possible to slink through a window in the hallway when no one's looking. Furthermore, if the wind doesn't blow in through this window, so the air pressure wouldn't cause... Furthermore, the wind doesn't blow in through this window, so the air pressure wouldn't cause the curtains or a door to make a sound. It'd be quiet. But also, I'm old as shit, Battler. Yeah.
I'm old as shit and my hearing is bad.
Battler leaned forward and looked at the ground below. He was searching for some sign that George had jumped down. But at a glance, he didn't see any mark like that in the grass in the middle of the pouring rain. There might also be a window like this on the first floor. It'd be possible to go outside without anyone noticing.
However, not only the doors, but the windows too are all locked and the shutters are even down as well, correct?
Still you?
It may be possible to go out through them, but you couldn't lock them afterwards.
Sure you can lock them. Just like this. Click. Battler closed the window and locked it as though this was perfectly obvious.
That is then you're saying.
If someone inside locked it afterwards, this closed room is as easy as pie.
But that means... Oh!
Nanjo turned pale and shook his head several times. Because the thing Battler had said had forced him to face a fact that was frightening even to imagine. That's only if the trick I'm thinking of actually happened, okay? However, with this trick, only a very limited number of people can be suspected. Didn't want to say it in front of Nanjo, but after eliminating Jessica, who had been with him the whole time, only Nanjo and Ava could have done it.
I did not do anything of that sort. Yes, I swear on it.
In this case, it becomes a battle between Aunt Ava and Dr. Nanjo for an alibi. We just have to suspect both of you, and confine the two of you separately. To say it the other way around, the more survivors there are, the more effective this trick might be. But since our numbers have shrunk so much, it isn't effective at all.
Tissel is going after a straw paper.
Are you winning, son?
No, on the contrary, there'd be a chance of having your own neck strangled just by using it. It would have been more advantageous to make it look like the culprit was outside, to intentionally leave a door unlocked or break a window. If this disappearance drama had taken place midday today, I'd be able to claim this theory with full confidence. However, at this stage, I'm not confident at all. What's going on here? What in the world does it mean? This closed room.
You don't think,
What is it, Dr. Nanjo? Even if it's just a thought, please say it. Nanjo looked like he was trying to swallow his words, even though he'd thought of something, so I urged him on. After Dr. Nanjo refused several times, saying that it was just a foolish idea, he finally said it out loud.
Don't you think this might actually be the work of the witch?
Ridiculous! There's no way witches exist. The witch is trying to make her case to us, specifically because she's doing things that humans cannot do. She must be trying to make us accept her as a witch. This might be Nanjo. This sounds like Nanjo.
Okay, yeah, this is definitely
that's
not true.
Nanjo.
The witch is trying to make her case to us, specifically because she is doing things that humans cannot do. She must be trying to make us accept her as a witch. To me, this disappearance from the closed room of the entire guest house feels like that kind of message from the witch. It's something I must not think of. Surely it cannot mean anything. Oh, I'm frightened.
As Dr. Nanjo shook with fear, it looked like he was trying to erase the fearsome thoughts that he kept imagining one after the other. When we went down the stairs, Aneva and Jessica were enraged, and were each persistent in their desire to leave this place and search for their respective families. It was a desire that naturally hits those who could no longer see their family. Aneva told Dr. Nanjo and me to stay here, but I shook my head and started walking. I've been shut up inside for a long time already. I started wanting to breathe some outside air.
Yeah, if we're going, let's go quickly. There's no way I'm gonna keep myself shut up in a place like this anymore. Let's go and find Mom and Dad and George and Nissan right now.
The blood had all risen to Jessica's head. I hope it doesn't set off her asthma. If anyone wants to stay, go ahead and stay. We'll be searching outside. What about you, Dr. Nanjo? Will you watch the place by yourself?
No. Allow me to join you.
Rather than holding up alone in a guest house whose security was by no means guaranteed, it would be better to enter a danger zone as a group of 4 people. Aneva had a gun. Moving separately from her was almost like asking to be made into the next victim. In this way, the 4 of us decided to leave the guest house. Even though it should have been safe to barricade ourselves here, we lost 8 people after doing so. It was almost as though this was a holding cell from which the sacrifices could be killed one after another. That's an interesting line. Anyway, we removed the chain, unlocked the front door, and opened it. It was already pitch black. Well, there were some lights outside that dimly lit the pathway. They didn't have enough power to pierce the darkness that some suspicious person might be hiding in. I'm going! If you fall behind, you're on your own, okay? Still holding her gun, Anteva dashed out without an umbrella. Jessica followed after her. After glancing at each other, Dr. Nanjo and I chased after them. What in the world is happening in this mansion, on this island? I've just been shut up in the guest house with the rest of the cousins since yesterday, so I don't know anything about what's going on outside. Just what is happening that I don't know about? Outside this room in the mansion on this island, everything is happening, everything is proceeding. Everything is ending without my knowing it. Somewhere in my heart, I've already started giving up. Most likely, not one of us will see tomorrow morning. When the seagulls cry, nobody will be left alive. Hee hee.
Hee hee hee.
Tee hee. Big clock. It's 6:02-ish.
Damn, these murders happen fast.
Yeah, there's been quite a cascading bunch of them thus far, it would seem.
Dad! Mom!
I will say, that was a really good stopping point. We are at 5 minutes to 11. I don't know.
Do you want to keep going?
It's like a tiny bit early, and I'm also kind of like, we might hit the end next week. I don't know.
it's weird. There's only 2 chapters left, but one of them's really, really long.
Yeah.
But I think the other one's fairly short because it's the thing that we thought was a tea party, but isn't. So I have no idea. I mean, if we want to push a little further, we started a little bit.
Yeah,
late,
we
too.
can at least finish them coming across what
Whatever.
Jessica's crying about.
Yeah, which is probably nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can go a little bit then. But yeah, I'm just trying to. I mean, if we ever there's a non-zero chance that we hit a point where it's like we finish an episode just like in the middle of a stream because it just timing didn't work out, and I'm fine with that happening in theory, but I'm trying to calculate because I'm like, can I make it so that next week is episode 3 finale, or at least the non-tea party stuff? Who's to say? Who's to say?
Who would do something like this?
Jessica's woeful voice echoed throughout the rose garden. Perhaps it was the intuition of a person who lived on this island. After checking the part of the rose garden where Aunt Rosa and Maria had fallen and seeing nothing, Jessica went to look in the arbor next. Normally, the arbor was probably a wonderful location to enjoy tea peacefully while appreciating the roses on a good sunny day. Maybe even Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi had days when they relaxed and enjoyed their tea together here. In that arbor lay their corpses. At least they aren't drenched
Oh
in
my
the
god,
rain
we
like
didn't
Aunt
look
Rosa and
at
Maria had been.
the tips for the Kyrie.
Oh
and
shit, we didn't.
Rudolph's death.
Yeah.
Hideyoshi died in the hall of the mansion, his chest pierced by a stake-shaped weapon. That was careless of me. Didn't think you were still alive. Yoshinomiya Rudolph died in the hall of the mansion with his forehead pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. Apparently they've got to be finished off with stakes from here on out. Gross. Died in the hall of the mansion, her stomach pierced by a stake-shaped weapon. The stomach isn't a particularly lethal spot. Isn't it enough to just kill her in some other, easier way and stick a stake in her corpse? And then I'll save these two until we actually see it. Hee. Grace, you have fun with those tips? Oh, the imagery? Yeah. At least they hadn't been drenched in the rain like Aunt Rosa and Maria had been. But there was no way I could say that out loud to Jessica at the moment. What do you think, Dr. Nanjo?
Strangulation, I believe. Come, take a look at this. On their necks, there are distinct markings that something thin was used to strangle them.
Right. I doubt those things were the primary cause for their deaths. Right there lay 2 stake-like weapons decorated with an occult design, which had been found driven into Uncle Kraus's thigh area and near Aunt Natsuhi's calf. When we found these sticking out of my parents' forehead and chest, we decided to preserve the crime scene and leave them for the police. But Jessica didn't care about such matters and immediately pulled the stakes out of her parents' forsaken bodies. By now, bodies gouged in the head, chest, stomach, knee, and leg have been found.
Damn it, damn it, damn it! I'll kill that murderer! Kill him!
With this, the 8th twilight has been completed. Is this going to continue on to the 9th twilight? The witch shall be revived and none shall be left alive?
Bring it on! If the witch revives, that means the culprit is gonna make his grand appearance, right? No one's gonna be left alive? Bullshit! I'll kill him. I'll definitely kill the culprit and kill Dad and Mom with my own hands!
Jessica let her emotions flow out as she howled furiously. To avoid being crushed by grief, she could do nothing but resist it with anger.
We still haven't found George. Jessica, you children had better stay here. I'll go into the mansion.
Eva-san, we mustn't split up. It's dangerous if we do not stick together.
There's nothing we can do for Nissan or his wife. But George may still be alive somewhere. I have no time to waste here.
As Aunt Eva screamed this, Jessica glared at her. Ava had no more time to bother about the dead. She was more concerned for the safety of her only son, who had yet to be seen. Jessica-chan, you should stay by your father and mother's side. I'll make a short trip to the mansion. Father-kun and Dr. Nanjo, you two can stay here as well. After arbitrarily saying this, Ava rushed out of the arbor. I called out to stop her, but there was no way she would listen. However, being alone in this situation meant nothing short of death. If we silently watched her leave, it would be the same as letting her die. Since Ava was unwilling to stop, we had no choice but to follow her. And while it may be cruel to say so, Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi were already dead, so there was nothing more we could do for them. In the end, we had no choice but to console Jessica and head for the mansion together. Fortunately, Jessica stood up. Perhaps she had been able to break free from her grief, but what had surfaced in its place was an expression like a demon's.
I'll kill that person with my own hands. I'll definitely avenge them. Let's go, Battler. If we find the culprit, don't get in my way. I'm definitely gonna kill them.
Got my own parents to avenge. Sorry, but this is first come, first serve.
Yeah, that's right. Let's kill them.
At my words, Jessica finally seemed to feel like we sympathized with her emotions. She still had that dark expression, but I felt that Jessica had regained some of her sanity. We took off, chasing after Aunt Ava. Through the rose garden, up the stone steps, running at full speed towards the mansion whose large, intimidating shadow flashed in the lightning. With this, the murders of the epitaph have reached the 8th twilight. And then, on the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive. None shall be left alive. I will most likely lose my life. But at the very least, I want to burn the truth into my eyes. That's the only thing motivating me to move right now. We were able to meet up with Aunt Ava, who was having trouble with the lock to the front door. I think I know what point we want to stop at, and it's going to be after this scene, because we're going to get a little food for thought in this scene. And then I think that'll be a good place to leave it. So everyone has something to mull over. Because, this episode hasn't given us much to think about yet, really. So, it'll be good to... Sissel, you are so close to the keyboard, and I'm not happy about it. We were able to meet up with Aunt Ava, who was having trouble with the lock to the front door. Off my desk, please, sir. I don't like when you do this. It seemed that all the blood had risen to Aunt Ava's head. That was probably making her fingers clumsy. It looked like she couldn't even handle the simple task of inserting the key into the lock. Then, there was a faint sound. The sound of the door unlocking. Just as though it had waited for all the survivors to unite before opening. It felt to me as though the malicious mansion was trying to swallow up all the remaining humans at once. Perhaps the stench that erupted outwards the instant the door opened couldn't be described as just a smell. It wasn't just the charred smell from Grandfather. I think it also may have contained the regrets of the servants and Dad's group. All of the dead. What did it mean as it floated out, overwhelming
Sissel.
us?
That's the closet, Sissel. You're not allowed in there.
Sissel, there's nothing there that you would want. Things you hate are in there, actually. That's where the vacuum cleaners are. You want nothing to do with this. What did it mean as it floated out, overwhelming us? Was it the cry of the dead, telling us not to enter? However, Aunt Ava didn't even flinch at something like that. And we who had to chase after her were forced to step into the mansion, even after receiving that message. George! George! If you can hear me, answer! George! Aunt Ava shouted at the top of her lungs. Considering the situation, it's probably far too optimistic to imagine that he's alive. When we started following Aunt Ava's example and calling out George's name in loud voices, Aunt Ava spotted something and stopped walking. She was standing in front of the door to the parlor. What is this? Dr. Nanjo, could you come here for a second?
What is it?
I'd heard about the eerie magic circles written on the doors, like the one on the parlor from the adults. Eerie is the only word to describe that thing, which was scribbled with a deep red paint reminiscent of blood
so that it slowly dripped down. However, that had supposedly been there since this morning. Wondering why Aunt Ava, who had supposedly seen it already, would think it odd now, Jessica and I stared at the door.
Certainly, I have no memory of numbers such as these being written here.
Right, they weren't. Eerie magical characters were written here, but not numbers.
From what the two of them said, only the magic circle had been there this morning. However, right now there were 8 digits written near the upper part of the magic circle. 07151129. I didn't know what it meant, but I didn't even want to imagine what someone had been thinking when they wrote it. It was drawn with the same paint as the magic circle.
First person who tells me the digital route gets nothing.
It's, 8 plus 5 is
Grace says
13. It's 8. 8 plus 5 is 13, 15, 17. Irrelevant. Yeah, it is 8.
Thank you, Grace. You win nothing, but I love you.
It was drawn with the same paint as the magic circle, but it had clearly been written very recently. The way it had dried and the condition of the color was completely different from the magic circle part. Yeah.
I'm sure it just has some magical meaning. No point wasting time thinking about it.
Jessica intentionally spat those words out in an attempt to push aside the eerie feel that came off.
It could be a magic square. The idea that a ward against magic can reside in a certain number play. I believe everyone has heard of the one where adding all the numbers of each row and column leads to the same sum.
Wasn't that a group of numbers buried in a rectangle? This is just a single row. I don't have a clue what it could mean. Well, what Jessica-chan said is probably correct. There isn't any point in wasting time thinking about it.
Even though she said that, she probably suspected that it actually meant something. Aunt Ava was deftly writing that number down on an old receipt or something with a short ballpoint pen. Oh, do you think it's the same receipt?
Yeah.
She has a receipt on hand.
Yeah, it's the one from the candy.
Unless it had some obvious pattern, it'd probably be tough to memorize a code made up of an 8-digit number. Could this be a date or something?
A date? What are you talking about?
Well, it's probably a coincidence, but my birthday is July 15th. Once I thought that 0715 might refer to July 15th, I figured that if 1129 stood for November 29th, maybe that'd fit perfectly.
Why would your birthday be written in a place like this? And what's up with November 29th?
That's what I want to know. Still, it's probably just a coincidence. When I thought about it, it started to feel a little creepy. What if someone's birthday was November 29th? That's not the birthday of anyone else in my family, not Dad or Kirie-san or Angie. And of course it isn't my mom's either.
Nothing comes to mind. I don't believe it's Kinzo-san's or Genji-san's birthday. Oh, can we look at the tips for Natsuhi and Krause's death?
Oh, yes, let's.
Oh,
Ugh.
don't like that.
His corpse was found in the Rose Garden Arbor. The cause of his death is assumed to be strangling with a rope-like object. A stake-shaped weapon was sticking out of his thigh. If only there wasn't that stupid epitaph, I wouldn't have needed a stake. What a pain. Ugh, yeah, hers ain't much better. Her corpse was found in the Rose Garden Arbor. The cause of her death is assumed to be strangling with a rope-like object. A stake-shaped weapon was sticking out of her calf.
Why do we even have to follow this epitaph in the first place? Is this some kind of game?
Hehe. Oh wait, we have her here?
Mm-hmm.
Did we always this episode?
I think so.
Okay.
For this episode, I think she's been here.
Okay.
It isn't from my family either. And it isn't Rose's or Maria-chan's.
It can't be anyone from my family. It isn't Kanekins or Shannon's.
I need to learn more of the official character birthdays and for Umineko. Because
There
I keep
aren't
missing
many.
them. Kirie's was recently, I think.
What? Oh, yeah.
The fucking, like, art book or whatever has birthdays for...
Oh, yeah, we have most of their birthdays, but we don't have most of their ages.
Yes, that's correct. But yeah, we do have official character birthdays, which is some of them are funny. Like I'm pretty sure the Seven Sisters' official birthdays are all one day apart from each other.
I believe that.
I don't remember what month it is, but they're like days 1 through 7 of a month. It might be November, actually. But I also feel like I would have seen more art of them recently if that was the case, because I know that there are some real Seven Sisters heads in Umineko fandom. Sorry, Jessica, I believe I interrupted you.
Fuck. I always give the servants presents on their birthdays, so I know
cute.
it for all of them, but I don't know anyone who was born on November 29th.
Once we started imagining that the 8 digits weren't meaningless, but actually 2 dates written together, it really started to look that way. However, its true meaning may be something completely different, or there may be no meaning at all. Anyway, since we don't have any real clues, it's probably pointless to stand around here worrying about it. The inside of the parlor is much more important. This morning, behind each of the doors with a magic circle drawn on them, had been the body of a victim. Do you have a family friend whose birthday is November 29th? That is funny.
Oh, fuck. They're Beatrice. Watch out.
So, if something new has been added to this door, does that mean something new has been added inside the parlor? Well, if indeed the number's a date. If indeed it means anything. When Aneva tried to open it, she felt the resistance of the lock. Well, there's going to be a stream on November 29th, actually. I just checked. That's going to be a Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah. She immediately took out a master key and put it in the keyhole. As soon as she opened the door, Aneva let out a high-pitched scream and ran inside. That alone was enough to tell us what had happened inside the room. Dr. Nanjo and I looked at each other, and I shook my head slightly as we entered the parlor.
George! George! Hang in there. George! Dr. Nanjo, quickly!
Do we want to get to the state of the body and then call it?
Sure.
George Aniki lay there crumpled alongside Shannon-chan's corpse. His chest was stained bright red, and judging by his still-opened eyes, I'd hate to say it to Aneva, but I couldn't pick up any signs of life. George.
Gorge.
His corpse was found in the mansion's parlor.
George.
The weapon used on him is assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. In exchange for his soul, the witch gave 8 numbers. 07151129. If you say it, a small golden land will be opened. And I think that's a perfect place to leave things for now. Hee hee. Hee hee.
Tee-hee-hee.
Tee hee. What a stream. What a stream, everyone. Kirie, bunny girls,
How is everyone doing?
more Beatrice being sopping wet.
How is everyone feeling?
How are we all feeling? How are we doing? Bad? Yeah. Yeah. Sounds about right. Oof. That Kirie stomach stuff, man. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's so... Episode 3, I love you. Rikishi, I won't forgive you. Felt. I love this episode so much. This whole section was really, really something. And we'll be... If we don't finish the... I don't think we will... If we were to finish the main part of episode 3 next week, I don't think we would also be finishing the tea parties. I think that would be too much. But I also think episode 3 is actually one where getting the tea parties right before starting the next episode wouldn't actually be so bad, to be honest. But we'll see how it plays out. I'm going to have to crunch the numbers on whether I think we'll finish episode 3 proper, and if we do, how much further we're going to get with that. I guess the tea parties aren't too long, I don't think. But I think they're longer than I remember them being. But anyway. Oh yeah, going by the pronunciations of numbers in Japanese, yeah, I think each have like a few ways that, or several of them have a few ways that they can be pronounced. But who's to say? Simply who's to say? But yeah, what a time. This got so sad. I forgot how fucking sad this part of the episode gets.
So many people died so quickly.
Yeah. But I promise there will... Well, I was gonna say I promise at least some manner of good time ahead next week, but I actually don't know if I can make that guarantee.
It depends on your definition of a good time.
That's
honestly.
true. But yeah. It's... I don't even know how to conclude all this. It's been a wild ride, an emotional roller coaster to be sure. That classic Rikishi formula where he likes to make you happy specifically so he can make you feel sad, and then he likes to make you feel sad specifically so that you can feel happy later. He really likes to give you those epic highs and lows. And I've been so accustomed to Higarashi's pacing with that, which is much slower. Higurashi is more like you start off having a lot of fun and then you get frog boiled into like the worst situation ever. And it just keeps getting worse. But you found a fucking Higurashi name? Which one?
What do you mean by that?
Is it... Oh! Probably from the 07. You found Reina?
Oh yeah.
The Reina na significance?
Yep.
Yeah,
That's why it's a new Kishio 7.
Yep, and why the circle is 7th expansion. It's
Reina.
07th expansion, because it's Reina. Who's to say? Who's to say? Reina, and then Ichigo. That's strawberry, right?
I think so.
Reina, strawberry.
Reina Strawberry. We did it. We got it, guys.
Makes you think. But yeah, we'll return next week for more of this horseshit. Strap in. It's so hard for me to believe that the rest of this episode could conceivably fit into a stream. I'm really gonna have to run the numbers because I feel like there's a lot of
We
shit.
can start early.
No, I don't mean that. I just mean that, like, I'm looking at the summary and it looks like it'll fit into a stream, and that feels insane to me. Knowing what I know is left.
Yeah.
But maybe. I don't know.
Knowing what I know from video lengths of other playthroughs.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to crunch the numbers. I started crunching numbers today, and then I realized I hadn't edited the VOD yet for last week, so I couldn't. But will figure it out. Either way, we will be getting through some more very interesting stuff next week. And we'll be finishing episode 3 either next week or the following week. If we don't do it in one stream, we will definitely do it in 2. So, yeah. In the meantime, though, my friends, thank you for sticking around, hanging out with us as always, for suffering together. And until next time, have a good one, guys.